welcome to sCOPe. sCOPe is a consumer live stream event that was developed to inform, educate, and support the public, the media, and all the consumers of safer nicotine products in Asia Pacific and beyond. This is to show who we are, why we advocate for safer options for adults, and to show that we will not be silenced. This is our response to being excluded from the table as the main stakeholders of discussion and decision-making processes that directly impact our health and our right to make informed decisions. Hi everybody, welcome to sCOPe Day 3 Wednesday. I'm glad you've joined us. We're going to start off with a discussion. I'm not sure if it's going to be in Spanish or English, but with Dr. Roberto Sussman. He is going to be talking about his research on HTPs, I don't know what that was, and vapor products. He will be joined by Jeff Zamora and Tomas O'Gorman. So let me bring the gentleman in, if I may. We will start with the good doc. Hello, Roberto.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
A little bit sleepy because it's midnight here.
Sorry. I'm glad you. Thank you for taking the time. I know it's midnight, so we're going to get everybody in here, and so you can start. Up next, we have Tomas O'Gorman. Hola.
How are you, Nancy? How are you, everybody?
Good. I'm good, Tomas. Thank you for being here. And last but not least, of course, Jeff. Hola, Jeff.
How you doing?
Everybody, we're good, I think. Have you decided, do you want to do this in English or do you want to do this in Spanish?
Let's do it in English because otherwise lots of people will not understand.
Okay, fair enough. So what I will do is I will leave the floor to you guys, pull myself out, and you have at it. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
See you in a bit, guys.
Okay. Well, so let's start with if a description. Are we now in the air? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, we're in the air.
Okay, so careful what you say. Okay, see, I'm going to describe more or less the research that I've been doing and the articles are different. I can speak about 6 articles that I've published in collaboration with other people, of course, on electronic cigarettes, different aspects of electronic cigarettes. And just today, our review of heated tobacco products was published today, just today. That's fantastic news. So let me give a very brief description of this research. The first 3 papers, I wrote them in collaboration with Ricardo Polosa, and it was at the time of the COVID pandemic. And we were concerned with the issue of, because of the lockdowns, lots of vapors were forced to be in indoor spaces together with smokers or with non-users. So we were concerned to find out what are the risks of transmitting COVID, the virus, the SARS-CoV virus, through exhalations, vaping exhalations, because vaping is a respiratory activity, right? We bring something from inside our respiratory system to the exterior. So there is a theoretical possibility that we might transmit viruses. This work involved looking at the aerodynamics of the exhalation, comparing it with the aerodynamics of breathing, talking, coughing, all these activities, and also calculating the risk of inhaling the virus, which is proportional to the amount of air that you exhale. These were my first these three papers. Uh, then I worked with Sebastian Soulet. He's a French physicist. He has a laboratory. He works in a empresa, how to say, in an enterprise that is dedicated to standards. They test in the laboratory the quality and the standards of many products, including e-cigarettes, right? And he has his own laboratory and he makes experimental tests. So we collaborated together in a revision, in a very thorough revision of studies on vaping emissions, because you hear in the literature, no, metals and formaldehyde and toxic substances and so on. So how do people know the toxicity of the aerosol? Well, they do studies on analytic chemistry, and because we want to know what's the composition of the aerosol as we inhale it, we cannot put a detector inside of the mouth. So we need to use machines that simulate the inhalation. But the key issue is how you program these machines. You should, these machines will never reproduce human usage, but at least they can approximate it, right? And so we saw that it was as clear as water that all these studies that detected high quantities of metal or organic byproducts of different types, aldehydes, carbon monoxide, free radicals, they were experiments with bad quality in the sense that the vaping machines were not programmed appropriately. And so this gave rise to two very large reviews. We reviewed 48 studies. And then I collaborated with, not with Ricardo himself, but with people in his team in Catania on a review of heated tobacco products. Because, we might know a lot about vaping, but we know that there are other products that release aerosol from tobacco. And so we committed ourselves to study, to make a review of all the literature, not only the studies on emissions, but we also did a comprehensive review on on the scientific literature that explains how can you heat tobacco without combustion and produce an aerosol, right? It's a very large literature on that. We review that literature. We also review the literature on tobacco smoke itself. And also we reviewed the evaluation of the FDI, because look, the evaluation of the FDI is so far the best endorsement, the best institutional endorsement to a harm reduction product, maybe with the exception of Sweden and snus, which is accepted by the Swedish authorities. But all other products, like that vaping is regulated, but the endorsement is sometimes shaky and so on. And in the United States, there is a war against vapes, but the FDA made a very good evaluation of IQOS and endorsed its use. We also criticized the WHO, all the things they say about heated tobacco products, etc. And then now we have we already did it. We already finished the paper that is now currently under peer review. It's a very interesting paper because we picked up to start 17 studies that used a special equipment to generate e-cigarette aerosol to be used to expose cell cultures and rodents. And we discovered that this equipment that is commercially sold is literally poisoning the subjects. That is, the aerosol they generate is an aerosol that will be overheated. So these authors, they find horrible things, they write horrible things about vaping, but the experimental quality is very low. So these articles are not reliable, they are trash, right? And we also discover 69 other articles that do the same thing but with other types of experimental equipment. And we listed them. And we believe this is a scandal because we have identified more than 100 articles, people writing, researching about vaping emissions that are simply generating aerosols that humans would find repelling. So obviously you get harms from that, but these these are not reliable. That's not a description of generic vaping. Because, and with this I finish, the user, see, if I'm a vapor, I don't know physics. I don't know the physics of this thing. I don't know it. But my body knows it. How? Because when you take a device and you start using it, you graduate several things. For example, you graduate the power, you graduate the airflow, and once you feel the aerosol that is pleasant, these are the settings that you use. Now, these settings are based on physics, but the user doesn't know. The user simply is trial and error, guided by sensation, until they reach an optimal vaping. We have found the physics behind this, so we can judge if these experiments are done properly. So this is more or less the research that I've been doing. Any questions or whatever, I can be
I,
happy to explain.
I do have a question. When it comes to the evaluation of studies that you include in the review for heated tobacco products, I know that you guys use not only independent but studies made by the industry. Have you found any considerable difference between a study that is done by an independent organization or entity than by by big tobacco companies?
Not so much in heated tobacco products, because
Mm,
there are many vaping devices. It's a
right.
There are many. It's not standardized. There are so many and so many e-liquids and nicotine levels and coils and so on. So you expect to see a lot of variation on e-cigarettes, but heated tobacco products are very standardized. There are like about 10 models, but essentially the market is dominated by three models:
Right.
IQOS, Glow, and then there is another one made by the Japanese. These are the three models that are on sale. So looking at three devices is much easier, and it's much easier also to have a standard procedure than if you are looking at thousands of devices. So in the case of heated tobacco products, essentially all the studies are correct except one or two studies that are bad, but there is not so much difference. What I can say is that the industry studies are much more comprehensive, much more
Mhm.
detailed. If you are looking at an experiment, you would like to know if this experiment can be reproduced in your own laboratory, right?
Right.
And so if you read the industry papers, every detail is there. You can actually reproduce them. But independent, there is more variation. Some independent studies are better than others, but it's more or less even. Where you do notice a difference is with e-cigarettes.
Mm,
With
interesting.
e-cigarettes, then industry studies are much better in general. And public health, independent sources, and so on. It's a mixed bag. Not all of them are bad, but there's a lot of bad articles in
Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to make you. Hey, I don't know why I'm pinned. Let's see here. Roberto, I've got to fix this. There it is. Yay. I do have a question for you. And the question that I have for you is this. We know that industry research is held to a much higher standard because obviously it gets scrutinized that much more. Okay. But in the scientific field, amongst researchers, normally you hear about what they call scientific method and, good methodology and bad methodology. And one of the things that a lot of people don't understand, and this has come up multiple times, is how can somebody do a study which has got a blatantly just wrong methodology, like you were saying, frying coils and things like that. What can be done to standardize the science on e-cigarettes specifically with regards to coils and liquid and heating? What do you think could and should be done?
Yeah, this is a problem. We discuss this in our reviews because let's say the standards. When you are testing e-cigarettes in a laboratory, uh, there is only one universally recognized standard, which is the Coresta standard. The Coresta standard was it's an adaptation of tobacco cigarette testing to be able to test the first generation electronic cigarettes, right? And this standard is appropriate for, let's say, a joule. You want to test a joule, it's appropriate, or even a pod, not a power, but it doesn't work if you want to test this because the parameters are completely different. However, my colleague Sebastian has been trying to convince, well, not only the tobacco industry, but the vaping industry and people who work on standards, on experimental standards, to upgrade and to update this Coresta thing, right? Now, why? Because all the devices, if you look at an IQOS or a Globe, they are low power devices. So they can keep using the same standard and they are not interested. And so it's getting very difficult to do that. And this explains also the abundance of independent papers that are so bad. Because if I'm an independent researcher in some institution whose agenda is anti-vaping, so I take this monster and I puff it with a machine with a very low airflow, as if it was a joule, right? You do not puff a joule the same way you puff this one, right?
Right.
But the machines do it. And the machines do not feel nothing, etc. So essentially, they are testing devices of this type. The industry will not do that. The industry is not interested in this type of devices. They don't. They don't manufacture.
Yeah.
But independents take this device and then puff it with a machine and measure the amount of metals or aldehydes or use it to expose rodents or cells, and then they get horrible things. And the justification is they say, well, we use the Coresta standard. We use the standard. There is no other standard. We use it. But what we are telling them is that they should not use the Coresta standard. In fact, they are not consistent. They modify the Coresta standard, but always in a very close to it, right? So this is part of the crux of the problem. Independents they test all sorts of devices, but when they test sub-ohm devices, they tested with a standard that is not valid for this product, and that's why they get so much toxins in the aerosol. But it doesn't matter because the agenda is against vaping. So if you publish a study that shows a lot of metals, yeah, then bravo, bravo, your institution will support that. There's no problem in publishing that, right? So now what we are calling attention to this fact, right?
I mean, it makes sense because, Jeff, I know you want to say something, but it makes sense when you think about all of these policymakers that want to ban open tank systems is because they can't evaluate them. Jeff, Thomas, which one?
Thomas, go ahead.
I would like to point something regarding Roberto's latest studies. By the way, the one that he just mentioned about heated tobacco products is in you can Google Toxics Journal and you will find it. It's like the 6th study published in the first page of the Toxics Journal, but he has published the other ones, the two prior studies, and he shows in such reviews that the studies that produced the worst results in regard to considering vaping a safer alternative were the ones with the most methodological flaws. And I wanted to take this into the idea of misinformation, because Roberto was saying that that kind of studies are frequently published and shared by governments or by sanitary authorities or by anti-vaping organizations in order to do something, because you have to. We know, but society must understand something. Most of the policies that are being adopted in order to make vaping and other alternatives less accessible need misinformation, because if people are aware that these are really, as they are, safer products, those policies are frankly and evidently unjust and unproportional. So misinformation is playing a very, very, very important role in order to justify the current policies that are being adopted, like in Australia, like the prohibition in Mexico, like the prohibition in India, and in other places. And there are two routes for misinformation. One is publishing or making, I hope they are not doing it cautiously, bad studies. But the other one, which is very severe, is the censorship of studies, the character assassination of scientists, the censorship of studies made by the industry. I mean, I don't necessarily like the industry, but as Roberto was saying, they are doing good science, and science must be rejected because of methodological flaws or because errors in the studies, not because of the scientists that made it. So it is very important to be clear about this. Misinformation is the tool that these people are using in order to justify very unproportional policies. And I guess those are the two routes. By doing bad science, or at least making it more visible, more public to the society. And in the other side, by censoring the studies made by the people they don't like.
Yes, that's true. And because we say that this is harm reduction, right? It's harm reduction. So how is harm reduced? It's by drastically decreasing the amount of toxic compounds that are entering our body, right? And this is directly connected to how you generate the aerosol, right? As I was saying before, the user doesn't know any physics or chemistry. He or she will just vape and adjust some parameters, power, or maybe airflow, or the intensity of the inhalation in order to reach an optimal sensation, right? But when you do that in the laboratory, you have to adjust these parameters by hand because we are going to use machines. And we have a short circuit there. Now, as Tomas said, for example, I remember in a study that was published by the University of California on metals, because I'm not the first person to do that. Farsalinos has also done. In fact, I'm continuating Farsalinos' road because Farsalinos is now not interested very much on this, is doing other things. So we are continuating what he did. So this study by the Californian mafia found metals, and they say, "Oh, nanoparticles made of metal. They're going to very deep into your lungs because they are so tiny particles and so on." And then they detected nickel, nickel compound, the nickel element, 200 times higher than in tobacco smoke. So it was a bomb. That was in 2013. And Farsalinos looked at this study and they say, okay, we know that they are emitting metals. What is the dose of the metals, the concentration? What would be the daily intake of these metals? And let's compare it with toxicological standards, because whenever you talk about harm, you are comparing. There is no absolute harm. All harms that we can quantify are with respect to a standard. So there are toxicological standards that are used in industry and are used everywhere, in toxicology, the medics, etc. So he compared them and he showed that all these metals that were detected were 5,000 times less below the standards. So here you see that metals, but when you actually look at the dose, it is very low. And now 200 times that of tobacco. Okay, nickel is not an important ingredient in tobacco smoke. It is negligible. So if you have a tiny, despicably negligible quantity and you multiply that times 200, it is still negligible. But the way these authors and the media, the bloody media, the way it is framed, it's as if you were putting lots of metals in your body. And we have found several studies doing this. They detect metals and then, but also, of course, as opposed to Farsalinos, because in 2013, all the type of devices that were tested were cigalites, basically. And cigalites, because they are low powered, they are not going to produce a lot of shit, right? But once you start testing these ones, then you can produce with this one 10 times more formaldehyde than in the cigarette, and also a lot of metals, right? But it is because you test them under overheating conditions that the user would find absolutely repellent. And so we have discovered more papers. And who are guilty? There is a group of people that started from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Now they have. Then there is some people from University of California. I'm not saying names, but because it's bad. But these are a group of people who do that. Then there is a Lebanese group that works with an American guy, and they also publish a lot of rubbish. But these people have also published good papers, the Lebanese ones. So my impression is that it's not incompetence. They can be very competent, except there is a political agenda. And as a scientist, I understand it. I am a mature scientist. I have tenure. I'm not going to lose my job. I don't have to compete anymore. But if I were 30 years old, 35 years old, 28 years old, I wouldn't have tenure and I would have to be competing. And if you see a very powerful agenda that is not favoring vaping, so you just navigate along this agenda. It's not that you are threatened. Nobody comes to you and tells you, unless you find harms, you are fired. No, but you understand that this is the agenda. And so you follow it because you want to make an academic career. You want to get grants and so on. So this is the problem.
Publish or perish.
Right.
It's publish or perish, and the difficulty to find jobs in academia, right? Now, industry doesn't have that problem because industry has a lot of resources, and also industry is is considered like a rogue industry, the tobacco industry, and so they are very strict about that, and they are very competent. I have spoken with tobacco industry scientists, and they're okay. They're good. The research they do is very good. But it's like this: like if I want to talk about testing these devices and the products, I'm telling they're not interested. They are testing their products. Period. They are not interested.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
that's the problem. Jeff, you were going to ask a question.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
going to ask something, Roberto.
yeah.
Thinking, obviously, we know that there's a lot of biases and people that do not want to get involved in the research because of the agenda and stuff. But I will imagine that there's some that they're actually thinking about doing research on this and thinking about possibilities when it comes to, at least testing the thermochemical and thermophysical aspects of the vaping devices, right, or the vapor that they emit. Wouldn't be that solved with like the temperature control that we have on those devices? Like
Well,
using temperature control?
it's not sufficient because
Mm.
we solved this problem in this paper that is now under revision, the peer review that is already subjected to publication. We solved this problem because the authors thought that just by setting the device at a comfortable temperature, a comfortable temperature for vaping is between 200 and 250 degrees. These are the temperatures at the coil, not the aerosol. The aerosol gets into your mouth maximum at 40 degrees, otherwise it bothers you. But
Right.
at the coil is between 200 and 250 degrees. And they set the device like that. But there are two problems. If you set the device like that, at that temperature, but your machine is puffing with an inappropriate airflow, then that would be repelling to a human, but the machine and so you are puffing this device at temperatures that are not well calibrated with the temperature that you are putting. See, to calibrate, it's not sufficient to put the dial there. You have to calibrate to see if the temperatures in the dial correspond to temperatures that are measured with a thermocouple or with another method. So to calibrate these instruments, this device, you have to puff it with the right airflow. Then it is calibrated. We show
Right.
that. We show the graph. If you puff this device with the required airflow, then temperature is very well calibrated. But if you puff this device with an insufficient airflow, then you completely break the calibration. You think that you are at 200 degrees, and really the temperature goes above 300, right? And so, yeah, but this doesn't happen with humans. If you are a human, not a machine, you are a human, and I give you this device that has temperature control, then you set the target temperature, and you start puffing. If you puff with insufficient inhalation, it will burn. So you learn to control the airflow. See, this one, I control the airflow with this mouthpiece. Without this mouthpiece, I would burn. But but then there are other ways you can control the airflow with a slit. But the user doesn't need to know any physics. He simply, or she, they try and so on. And so it works. The temperature control mode works with people because people do trial and error until they set the right inhalation parameters, right? But I repeat, if you do that with a machine, then you have to calibrate you have to set the machine in the right conditions. And these people don't do it. Another point is that these researchers are not vapors. These
Right.
researchers are chemists or engineers or medical doctors that are conducting these experiments. They don't care how you vape. They don't care. They just use this Coresta standard and boom, that's it.
We have a question.
Ah, well, we're putting our bets in Argentina, but we don't know really. But my prediction is as good as anybody's prediction. It's very uncertain. 2 years ago, we wouldn't did not imagine that Russia would invade Ukraine. 2 months ago, we didn't know about this massive conflict in the Middle East. So the best prediction is no prediction, but it's going to happen. At least look. Let me say something about Mexico. The political class in Mexico, and Tomas can correct me, the political class in Mexico already knows that the devices have to be regulated. It's just our president who
Yeah.
is a very stubborn, dogmatic, and authoritarian character, but he will go out in 1 year. So we will have regulation.
Because even the anti-harm reduction lobby in Mexico, or organizations actually is the correct word, the anti-harm reduction organizations in Mexico are kind of saying that there's a need for regulation of these products already. Sort of, right?
Let me tell you something. When there was a possibility of a regulation after the Supreme Court ruled that the commercialization blanket ban was unconstitutional, yes, they said it had to be regulated. When 4 months after, no, it was 7 months after that, the president rebanned vaping products by a decree. Then they feast and then they make their party about prohibition. So no, they will just adjust. And also we all have to bear in mind something very, very important. It is not only regulation what we need, it's a proper regulation.
Right.
It's a regulation that embraces harm reduction, that makes these products available to adults, that respects human rights, that respects freedom, because regulation, like equating them to tobacco products, which are ruled by different policies that were designed to reduce or to obliterate the offer or the demand of the products, won't work for these ones. Okay, so it is not only regulation what we need; it is a proper, a balanced, equilibrated regulation that, yes, of course, protects people from using these products if they are not supposed to, like minors. But in the other side, and at the same time, makes these products available for adults, especially the ones who are already smoking. Okay, so always bear in mind or have in mind, regulation must be appropriate, not only a regulation.
Yes, that's true. That's a real debate. And the political class in Mexico, the way we have been interacting with them, they say they want to regulate it, but very strictly because they're afraid of the problem, right? But if they regulate it excessively strict, then the black market will not disappear. Right? I-
No.
we will still have the same problems. And well, actually, no. I think that even a bad regulation is better than no regulation. But
Yeah. All right, we've got questions. First one's up there for you guys. The average consumer is not science literate. How would you suggest consumers refer to and use scientific research in their advocacy?
well, cite me. Look, and not only me. I mean, there are sufficient number of researchers doing actually good research on on electronic cigarettes, and the idea is to cite them. Something that we can do is an idea that I just got now, is to have a sort of available library of different subjects. Like if somebody is telling you that vaping is a gateway to smoking, there are 3, 4 studies that prove the opposite. Now you don't have to read the studies or whatever. Well, in case you need more information, you can always ask me. And I have some information. And if I don't have this information, I can contact somebody who will, right? But that's it. What the first thing that people have to know is that electronic cigarettes are not innocuous, but they are close to being innocuous. What I mean by close to being innocuous, when you enter your kitchen, you are exposed to kitchen aerosols. When you clean your room, you are exposed to aerosol emissions from the cleaning products. We are exposed to pollution all the time, all the time. But we are not worried, right? We are not worried that we are going to be poisoned by so many aerosols. So you have to emphasize that vaping is at that level of risk. And this is what I would call almost innocuous, right? Don't be afraid to say that. Don't be afraid to say that. Vaping is as risky as many other aerosols that we are constantly exposed to. Oh, but a study found methods. Well, according to Dr. Sussman, these studies do not have experimental quality, and they were criticized in this. Or another issue that, but see, there are several topics in the science: emissions, environmental and inhaled, then biomarkers, once they enter your body, then studies on tissues. They take a tissue from your lung or throat and compare it in the microscope. This sounds very impressive. Oh, DNA modifications and so on. But these are idealized experiments. They actually just prove the plausibility, the plausibility of a possible damage. It's like buying a lottery ticket. If you don't buy the lottery ticket, you'll never get the lottery. But if you
Yeah.
buy it, doesn't mean you will get it. So these are studies on tissues. Then there are the studies on cells and mice. And then there are clinical studies, but the clinical studies do not have much power because vapors have not been observed for long periods, right?
Yeah.
So you mentioned the solution, and here I commit myself if you want to have a list of articles divided by topic so that you can cite them. Always, whenever they tell you something horrible about vaping, calm down. Don't hit them with a hammer. That will make things worse. Just tell them what are your sources. How do you know? I am interested because I use the devices. Maybe you know something I don't know. Please tell me what is your source. How do you justify what you just told me?
Yeah.
90% will don't know anything. They're just parroting whatever. But you have won the argument, right? And if they
Yeah.
tell you, then look, we're a community. Send me an email and I'll tell you about that study. If I don't know, I can find out who. And we should have a databases of papers that refute all these notions, right?
We do. It's actually on a couple of different sites. They do. I mean, Kurt in South Africa has one. Then there's in Safer Nicotine Wiki has one. I mean, the information is out there. So if somebody needed that information, I'd say your first port of call is contact your local consumer advocacy group. It's there. It's just a matter of finding it. We have another question, gents. How difficult is it to set laboratory standards for vaping standards? What route does it need to take in order to become universal?
Well, there cannot be a single standard because there are so many devices. But essentially, we can divide all devices known in three classes: low powered, high powered, and intermediary. Because this division, in terms of supply power, correlates very well with the vaping style. Like if you are vaping a Joule or something small, you are going to do mouth to long because it's very likely that you are a recent smoker, ex-smoker. So this vaping mouth to long more or less resembles the way you smoke cigarettes, more or less. Now, if you are using a sub-ohm, then it is almost certain that you are doing direct to long because see, this device requires a lot of inhalation. Why? Because you supply a lot of power to the coil. So you you make a lot of vapor, of illiquid vapor. So you need to evacuate and condense a lot of vapor, and therefore you need the direct to long inhalation, right? But in between cases, there is the lower level of direct to long, and there is there are intermediate levels, but you cannot have a standard for each case. So our proposal is to have three standards depending on the power of the device. Once you have the power, then you can determine the right airflow. And then, of course, there are other issues like it's not the same depending on the rate of propylene glycol and glycerol. That, but it can be accommodated in three standards. And so far, the only universal standard is the Coresta standard. It's the only one. I mean, it is very difficult to convince people and say even friendly people, the vaping industry. They have to get together and say, let's do a standard. To make a standard is not something that you do in 5 minutes, and it's not something that will cost you one penny. It is expensive. You have to conduct a lot of experiments and do a lot of statistics, but it can be done. It can be done. However, you know that we in the vaping world, we don't have a lot of resources, and the vaping companies are small. The big industries, like for example, Joule, if they are interested in Joule, that's it.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Another question. Reactions on the postponement of COP10.
First, a surprise.
Yeah. That's true.
In a sense, I was getting myself full of adrenaline because I was commissioned by RELDAT, that's the Latin American Network of Harm Reduction, to address this issue that the WHO is planning to redefine the concept of smoke in order to include these aerosols, which is a scientific stupidity. It's a look just to show you how stupid is this. Suppose that you're somebody who is against sexual relations, and suddenly you redefine the concept of rape to include all sexual relations, right? Ah, you can do it if you are powerful enough, right? And you can put it as a law, but it is completely against reality. You can call every single asteroid, you can call it a planet, but it doesn't work like that, right? Jupiter, big guy, and a small asteroid of a few meters, they're not the same category. You can argue that all planets and asteroids were formed at the same time by similar processes. But size matters, size and scale matters. And the same thing here. Tobacco smoke is an aerosol. All smokes are aerosols, and this is an aerosol. But aerosol is it's a huge concept. A sandstorm is an aerosol. The clouds are aerosols. So I was commissioned to do that. And I was getting myself full of adrenaline, and suddenly it's canceled. So all this.
Tomas, your take on it, and then we'll do this last question for Roberto.
Oh, the thing on regarding the COP and regarding
The
what Roberto
postponement
was,
of COP10, yeah.
what he was saying is that yes, these people are by changing the significance or the meaning of a word, trying to make look something more toxic, more damaging than it is. So now it turns out that the name defines the harm, and not the physical and chemical properties of a substance. It's just how you call it. And if you consider this is another way of misinformation, of misguidance, because again, they need misinformation, they need censorship in order to impose this narrative of only abstinence and making these products unavailable for smokers and for people who want to consume nicotine, of course, given that they are adults. So my regarding the postponement or the cancellation of the COP, it might buy us some time. I guess it will be difficult for them to take decisions by virtual meetings, as they were saying they were going to do a minimal sessions by the internet. But at the end, they just postponed an authoritarian party. They will change the date of the party, but the people that will assist will be the same. I have not received an answer for my application to be part of the be present at the COP as public. I didn't receive it before the cancellation. I haven't received any notice of the postponement, and I guess that it's something that is going the same with all the public. So they are just delaying their authoritarian party for another date.
Yeah. Jeff?
Well, what can be said that have not been said yet? Unfortunately, there's a lot of cancellation regarding the COP with consumers, with all the stakeholders in general, because just like we have seen in for example what Roberto said, the industry is making good science that should be even considered. We don't like the industry. We're not friends of big tobacco whatsoever. I don't know you guys, but I do think that they should have a saying like in any other freaking industry.
All stakeholders should have a say, just like they do in the environmental COP.
Exactly. So we should not be canceling voices because there's nothing that we can learn from that. And unfortunately, that's something that has been continuously happening with the FCTC COP and the expansion of the 5.3 article, and how they have been pretty much putting a blind into the delegates for them not to receive any information related to harm reduction. That if you go into some other areas, that's inconceivable. People not hearing about the benefits of using methadone or the benefits of using any other harm reduction than anything, right? And somehow the people in the secretariat, the FCTC, or people in that role have been doing it one way or the other. I don't believe in cancellation. I don't believe in censorship. I do believe that every stakeholder should have a right to say something. And at the end, the COP probably is going to be held. What we have heard, at least, is that they're going to have a virtual session just to discuss budget, and then they're going to reprogram the actual physical session where the delegates to be there. That's what we have heard, at least, right? So could it be any different? We don't know. We don't know what is going to happen there. We hope that there's a lot of countries that already favor harm reduction when it comes to people who smoke, like UK, New Zealand, Canada, France, Japan, Philippines. We're waiting for them to have a say in this and say, no, we don't believe that vapor is a smoke. That's outrageous, for example. Right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's two things that came to mind for me when they postponed it. One was, wow, this is good. It gives us more time to get the message across. But then the second thing I thought about was, I wonder how pissed off those delegates are going to be that the budgets they had to allocate, the tickets, the hotels, the visas, and all of that. I mean, especially in light of what, was put in the paper, that they knew about this before they actually canceled it, right? And the amount of money that was involved and so on and so forth. So I choose to look at this as a positive thing, okay? I also think that we've got to be very careful about what they're going to discuss in that de minimis meeting. I actually went through the COP agenda. This relates to you, Thomas. Hold on. I'm going to tell you something in a minute. And yes, they're discussing budgets and the process and policy procedures for doing a virtual meeting. Now, Tomas, I looked also to see who were the people that were approved, NGOs and individuals. You weren't on that list. They've already decided that. They decided that back in September.
No, yes, they have already decided that INCO will not be allowed as an observer. No, I was referring as public.
They don't let people in from public. You have to be an affiliated NGO.
You can be in theory, you can be present as public, and September 21st was the end date to file your application as a person, as a
individual.
Several people filed. A lot of people filed their or made their submissions, giving them. You have to give your passport number. You have to take a picture of yourself. You have to present a resume and state your affiliations. And in theory, that had to be done 60 days before the COP, and we never received any answer for that submission we made. I say we, as I have already talked with several consumers that filed their petitions to be included as public. And the thing is that if they change the date, I don't know if they will restart the submission procedure, or they will just answer the ones we have already made. But I guess the idea was very clear this time. They ask you to file 60 days before. They won't answer maybe just one day, the day before the COP was scheduled to start. So they, even though they accept you won't be able to travel to Panama if you haven't already bought your trip in order to go.
I remember I was at the COP. I was at the COP in 2018 in Geneva. I mean, we got in there and we got thrown out. So.
But the thing is, you remember that we were able to file our submissions that very morning.
Yes.
No, now you have to do it 60 days before. It was the first group of people that their term to file their petitions was the first one that was closed.
Yeah.
Nobody had to do these 60 days before the COP, but public. Yeah. And the thing is that if even public that is not allowed to talk, is just allowed to watch, is not accepted there, then you can say with totally certitude that they are not taking decisions, because decisions are taken when debate. There are no different point of views. Those are not decisions. Those are impositions.
Yeah.
They're just choosing which one is the craziest one to fight to take it.
Choose your battle.
Yeah. I think that it is paradoxical what I'm going to say, but the more aggressive and fanatic and dogmatic they become, it is a signal of fear, right? It is a signal of losing confidence. And I think that it is a slow process. It is not so much moved by science, but moved by the consumers, the anonymous consumers, not us that we are activists or whatever. I'm saying the person who buys a disposable and starts looking at some differences and starts simply not health, forget the health. They're simply enjoying it. Like I take a disposable and it tastes like berries, like apple, and people are starting to buy it, to use it. It is, we see it in Mexico. In Mexico, there is an explosion of usage. Unfortunately, we believe that it is being moved by illegal cartels, probably even criminal cartels, but that's a consequence of the prohibition. But what I'm trying to say is that there is an enormous increase of usage of consumers, and sooner or later, this will create its own reality, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily by health or yeah, health will be involved also, but also because it's business. Like, can you imagine what would happen if out of the 1 billion American billion, 1,000 million of people who are smoking today, 200, 300 million start using devices, even disposable, even devices that we as veteran vapors we dislike. But for a smoker, for somebody, a newbie, these devices can be okay. And they will, and no matter how many speeches are said in the COP, how many regulations and so on, they are not going to be able to stop that. And there it
No,
will
they won't.
come a time that this will be an overwhelming reality. And this will be like slapping in the face to the global elites because look, the WHO does what does with nicotine because this is in agreement with a global elite, with a financial and political elite globally, right? But these people are watching this reality becoming, and there will come a point where they will tell the FTCT, "You're not working. You are not working.
Yeah.
You have a reality. You have 300 million users, and you are still talking about bans and flavor bans and things like that. You are not working." That's my point. Reality will defeat prohibitionism.
I agree. I agree. Guys, thank you for joining. We've kind of gone over, and I've got somebody waiting. Thank you all very much. There are a couple of questions still in chat if you guys want to jump onto YouTube and answer those
There
questions.
was one question if wheating and liquids should be part of the standard. Yes, they should be, but
Yes.
you cannot take every single case. You have to incorporate them in a general way. But yes, they
Yeah.
are.
Okay. There we go. Gentlemen, once again, thank you very, very much. I am much obliged. You all have a good evening,
You too.
and we'll see you guys soon. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Have a great day.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry we're running a little bit late. Up next, we have the one-to-one discussion. We will be talking with Miss Jessica Perkins, who I will now bring in. Hi, Jess.
Hey, hi, good to see you, Nancy.
Good to see you. Sorry about the delay and the running
No,
over.
Don't worry at all. That was a great
There's
discussion.
something-
I enjoyed listening very much. They're great guys. And Roberto Sussman, he's fabulous. So that was really interesting.
Yeah, and so yesterday, just so you know, we had a little thing about women in THR, and they were talking about all the women in THR, and then we have you. who's also another woman in GHR.
Yeah.
And the reason I wanted to bring you in was to talk about the program of women in THR that you do. But if you would, can you start with just like a brief bio, what your background is, how you got involved in this?
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you so much for having me again, and a pleasure to be here. So my background is I did a degree in chemistry, first of all, at the University of Southampton in the south of the UK. And then when I left there, I joined a large multinational company, actually in harm reduction, or looking at alternative products to cigarettes. And I was testing the aerosol chemistry from vaping devices versus cigarette smoke, and looking at the risk between the two different aerosols and to characterize them. So that was aerosol chemistry. And then I moved into product development and innovation, largely focused on heated tobacco products for Japan and some European countries like Italy and Romania. That was really interesting. I did some snus innovation work as well for Sweden. And then I did 11 years in that company. And then I left, and I had some contacts in the tobacco harm reduction space in advocacy. So on the one hand, I was working in the product development side for all those years in the testing. And then I moved into advocacy through people that I knew that I'd worked with in that company. And then I've now been working with them for the last 2.5 years. So it's nice to get the other side of the coin. And the work that we do is very science and evidence-based, largely, which matches with my scientific background. And I work with some great people. So that's my journey.
Oh, that's good. So we have another lady geek on board. Yes.
Are you a geek as well?
I'm a bit of a geek. Yeah.
Yeah.
I admit it publicly. If you could, the Women in THR program, how did it start and your involvement in it, and what is your goal with it?
Okay, so about a year ago, so I work with a fabulous team it's a mixed team, and we started noticing that when you are in events and you see panels, and we see many discussion panels, the panels are largely men only, or you may have, there's very few women sometimes. I mean, it's changing now. And then there was some comments on social media that we were picking up, and people were saying, why are all these panels manels? Where are the women?
Mm-hmm.
Which there is some truth to that for sure. So we thought, why don't we, the first Wednesday of every month, have a Women in THR Wednesday? And we'll just make a graphic. We'll take, a prominent female, someone like Mariva Glover, Michelle Minton. There are many great women in this space who are doing great work. And we'll just post a quote and an image, and we'll see how it goes, just to promote the women and what they're saying. And we started finding that we were getting a lot of views on these graphics, and they were really popular. And they were actually some of our best performing graphics on social media, because obviously we monitor everything that we do. We have various campaigns, and it was one of our most successful campaigns. So we just continued to do it. And then we thought, why don't we do a webinar series where we actually speak to these women? And I know that you've been, on there 2 or 3 times as well. So why don't we speak to these women and ask them about their career history and how they, got into tobacco harm reduction? What are the key issues and challenges that they're facing in tobacco harm reduction, or that they see? And they speak about, their work. And what's next. So it's just been really popular. We've had, lots of views. So in the last 12 months, we've had over 500,000 views of our, social media posts and webinars, etc. So it's just carried on from there. And our goal with it is to really provide a voice and a platform for these women just to have their say, and to highlight, the work that they're doing, and to allow them to have a platform to be honest and to provide their opinions. And it's been going really well. So, and we have some plans for next year. So, no, it's really exciting, and we all really enjoy it.
Who would you say in that sphere that you work in, which is science and policy, who are your top 2 or 3 female women, or female women, not male women, women in THR? Who are those top 1 or 2, 3 people that you would say are the rock stars?
Yeah. So Mariva Glover has been really popular. We've had her on a few times. She's a fabulous speaker, and New Zealand is an interesting country with what's going on with their tobacco laws, etc., and vaping laws. And also Michelle Minton of the US. She speaks about the therapeutic uses of nicotine. So she's focused a lot of her research in recent years on, on the benefits of nicotine, which aren't always talked about as much. So nicotine is often demonized. So she provides an alternative view, and also she has done the research. So I'd say there are two most popular so far. But next year we're going to introduce some new ladies, so we'll see how that goes. You want to interview some ladies from Brazil and India, so we're going to broaden our scope as well with the geography.
Yeah, no, that's good. Because one of the things that I've noticed is, when people think, and I noticed it in the women THR session that we had yesterday, they're mainly coming up with people from the US and UK. Yeah, it was interesting. A couple of other women came up, but I think in Asia, I think in Latin America, I think in the Middle East, okay, there are a lot of women that are out there working, but they do it behind the scenes for the cultural reasons, such as it work. Okay?
Absolutely.
But just because that work is behind the scenes doesn't mean it's not important. And, it would be good to highlight that and promote that, amplify it, I guess is the word. I think of Dr. Sharifa in Malaysia.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't agree with everything she says, okay, but I respect her. I can agree to disagree with her because I know what it takes for her to be able to stand up there and speak out within the world that she operates in. And I think one of the things that we need to do as women in THRs, we need to support each other. It's like the sisterhood.
Absolutely.
It's something that I'm seeing happening. I don't know if you're seeing it, but I'm seeing it happen more and more. And this brings me to my next question for you. We had a discussion about the way women advocate versus the way men advocate. Now, you're not actually, a consumer advocate per se, but what do you see as those main differences? Like, what are the benefits, or not so much the benefits, but what do women do that's different from what the men do?
That's an interesting question. I guess. Yeah. I guess I think we're seeing more women shouting louder now, because traditionally women tend to do more behind the scenes, I would say, and maybe not so much public speaking as much. So I tend to find men are happier to speak on stage, put themselves in the limelight, and be at the forefront of that discussion and make themselves more visible. I think women generally tend to do things in the background and are more operators. That's what I tend to find. But in the last year, I'm seeing more women actually speaking in the forefront now. I've been very impressed with Mariva Glover. We've organised some events and she's been on stage at the forefront. But I think we need more women. It's still mainly men. So I think we're quieter, perhaps generally more shy. People are probably going to kill me for saying that, but that's generally what I find. And probably less willing to get on stage in front of an audience and actually speak freely. I was at an event last week in London. We were talking about Sweden and the example of Sweden and tobacco harm reduction, which is really interesting. And again, it was, one woman and like 5 men. But, so I think women tend to be quieter and tend to be more shy. And that's talking from my own experience as well, and from people that I know. And people have said that to me. So I think, the women are there. They are working in advocacy. They're just less willing to get on stage. So I think the webinars that we're doing is quite nice because they're remote, they're virtual, maybe a bit less pressure. So women are now coming to the forefront through technology. But I think it's actually being on stage and being present and voicing their opinion like that.
And actually being supported to do that, because a lot of us, we're never given that. We were never, we were always of a certain generation, let's put it that way. Those of us of a certain generation and the saddle generation of that, I'll go out and fight, on equal rights and stuff, but, make sure you come home and make the dinner and take care of the kids kind of thing.
Yeah, and we still see that a lot. I think you mentioned Asia and the Middle East, and there are lots of fantastic women, doing great work in tobacco harm reduction. And funnily enough, for next year, I want to focus more on women from those regions of the globe. The Middle East and Malaysia, Vietnam, those kind of countries, finding females from those areas that will speak. And then what we do is we identify them, and then we can start inviting them to events, because we do organize events where we physically have a presence. We did an event in Brazil, went to South Africa this year, and trying to invite those women to speak on stage. So we can kind of help in that way in terms of the physical presence as well.
Yeah, no, excellent. Now, you say events. Is this stuff that you're doing through thr.net? Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, it's a good question. So this year we launched some other regional platforms. So we have thr.net, which is the flagship, the global platform, which is translated into several different languages. So we have French, Spanish, German, Italian, obviously English. We launched a platform in Pan America. So it's the PARA, Pan American Harm Reduction Alliance, which obviously is centered on Brazil, Latin America, Central America, the US. So we did an event through the PARA platform in collaboration with thr.net back in May of this year. So the idea is that we're supporting the advocates in that region. It's kind of a platform for them. We then also launched ASHRA in the Asia or Australasia region, which is the Asia Harm Reduction Alliance. And then we also have ARA, the Africa Harm Reduction Alliance, obviously the Africa and Middle East. And we have now a Sweden website as well, because Sweden is a really interesting country and actually is a leader, and shows us a great example in terms of tobacco control and tobacco harm reduction, incorporating those two things. So when we run events that are regional, we tend to use the regional platform now. We did an event in Bangladesh, for example, and ASHRA, our new Asian platform, was the host. So thr.net is the global, and then we have our regional ones, and we tend to just do things in collaboration with those platforms.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. I do want to ask you something, because I didn't realize that there was an African group. Can you tell me more about that? Because Africa is one of those countries that seems much underserved in terms of support for advocacy. So can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, sure. So we launched the Africa Harm Reduction Alliance 2 years ago. And we've had a lot of success with it, actually. So we have our key advocates. We have Joseph Magero of CASA, and he does a lot of advocacy work for that platform. Kurt Yeo as well, who's done a lot. And then we run the event in South Africa through ARA. And South Africa and Africa are very interesting countries when it comes to advocacy. So Joseph focuses on Kenya and the oral nicotine pouches that have come back in. And then the South Africa is obviously a separate thing. So there's plenty of work going on with Africa. With Asanda has helped to advocate by the ARA platform as well, of Vapor Products Association of South Africa, Asanda Goi. So we've had great success with ARA as well. There's definitely a need to advocate. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I have seen some of the women in Africa. I do see them on social media. I don't really know them. I haven't really seen them like on a webinar or anything like that, but it looks like they're very active. It looks like the ones that are there are very vocal. They're very direct. Impressive, actually, quite impressive.
Absolutely.
So
especially Asanda
and I think that a lot of the advocacy that's done both on the consumer side and also on the science side or the policy side, we need to have those regional power centers. I think you and I might have had this discussion like a while ago.
Yeah.
Because there are certain things that can only be understood from people within that region that won't translate somewhere else.
Exactly.
But in saying that, there are some things that are somewhat similar in regions. Like, for example, Asia, where I am, there's a lot of things that are very similar that are happening in Latin America. The context is different to a certain extent. But, having those those regional centers makes it much more focused and much more able to affect changes.
Absolutely. And we see that in the South America. So for para, the Pan American, we see that Brazil obviously is very strict with regulation. And once the Brazil makes changes, other countries like Argentina, other South American countries will follow suit. So it's often you have, a country in a region that obviously, is almost like a leader, and the other surrounding countries will look to that country and almost copy them. So it's just why you almost need these regional platforms, because one country can affect so many countries around it, and it can be very different to other regions. So it's important. Absolutely.
I mean, we have it, New Zealand went first, then the Philippines,
Yeah.
and then Malaysia. I mean, the latest that I've heard from Malaysia is GEG's been taken out. It's going to go ahead without the GEG. I'm waiting for confirmation on that. That would be fabulous.
Okay.
GEG is Generation Endgame, by the way,
Yeah.
people, for those who don't know. But Malaysia is in Indonesia, they're like cousins. They influence each other, like you said.
Exactly.
So, we start the wave in one place, and then you can kind of bring it across.
Exactly.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and if you open up one of those, if you open up the leading market, then all the other markets might follow suit and start opening up. So yeah, exactly.
I mean, and when you think about it, the majority of the harm that's caused by, unsafe oral, and a lot of people forget that. They all combustible. But in a lot of these countries, unsafe oral is a big issue as well. Bangladesh, Pakistan, India,
Yes.
Sri Lanka, Fiji, the islands, Fiji,
Yeah.
Africa as well.
Absolutely.
They need to have those tools in the toolbox. Access and choice.
Yeah.
And especially the women, because the women are the ones that are underrepresented in terms of getting health care. Because as women, we have a habit of putting everybody else first.
Absolutely. And we talk about the unsafe oral. Yeah, there's lots of oral tobacco products in the Asia region that are terrible because they're untreated, unpasteurized. They're not like snus in that sense. They're untreated, unpasteurized, cause high rates of oral cancers. So if you could open up those markets to oral nicotine pouches, for example, which is another interesting area. So if you could maybe introduce oral nicotine pouches or snus as a safer form of oral consumption of nicotine or tobacco, think of all the deaths that would save,
Yeah. I mean, and part of the problem too, I'm sure I don't know if everybody else knows, but, in a lot of those countries, the government has tobacco interests.
Oh, absolutely.
So unless you can convince them to produce the products, it's not going to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Which kind of brings me to Sweden, because you're really involved in that whole thing, and I'm really removed from it. So can you give me some? I know you've been doing a lot of work and a lot of seminars and information, and Sweden is smoke free, right? Pretty much, it's about 5% now.
Yeah, so the smoking prevalence is now 5.6%, and smoke-free is defined as 5% or less. So it's nearly at a smoke-free level.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, Sweden is a really interesting, and we should look at it as a leader, because they've introduced tobacco harm reduction policies into their tobacco control policies at the government level. Mm-hmm. So, things like, for example, consumers have more choice. There are alternative products on the market that are legal. So for example, there are various nicotine strengths, not just in oral nicotine pouches, but in vaping devices as well. So they're allowed. So if you're a smoker and you're used to quite a high level of nicotine, to transition to an alternative product, you may need a fairly high nicotine strength, to be able to make that transition. Then you can always come down in nicotine. Once you've made that transition, you can come down, but it would be easier to transition if there's an equivalent nicotine level, for example. So nicotine strengths, there's a range of them available. There's a range of flavors that are available for people to choose from. As we know, flavors are very much a hot topic in other countries and are being banned. So there's a range of flavors, a range of nicotine strengths. They allow snus or nicotine pouches, vaping devices. And the government have taxed cigarettes at a higher level than other reduced risk products. So there's risk differentiation when it comes to the levels of tax, which is really important. So now it's more expensive to smoke. And that's a big, influencing driver for consumers. And the consumers are listened to more in Sweden. The government do listen to the consumers. Which means that their tobacco-related deaths are very much the lowest in Europe. or the cancer, smoking related deaths. So I don't see why other countries can't look at the data. There is data now, showing exactly how much the deaths have been reduced by. You can see the graphs, that, when these alternative products have been introduced, over time, people smoke less, then the disease rates come down. So the data is there. And if you go to smokefreesweden.org, there's a website that explains all of this, that shows the data. And if you go to the resources page, you see there's some reports. We've produced some reports called the Swedish Experience is one. Saving Lives Like Sweden is another report. So you can look at, if these other European countries were to adopt the same tobacco control policies as Sweden, how many lives could be saved if alternative products are available to people, and then people are allowed choice. And in Sweden, they're supported to make informed decisions about their own health, which is reflected in the fact that all these products are available. So, yeah, very interesting. And obviously, we're very keen to highlight the example of Sweden, and we'll continue to do so next year as well. And we're going to do something similar in Japan with heated tobacco products. Yeah.
All right. Well, you need to let me know about that. We've got a statement and then a question. I'm going to read it to you. At health departments around Asia, there are cabals of tobacco control bureaucrats who are all FCTC clones following the FCTC script, and all are rabidly anti-THR, and mostly they are women. Does this suggest a role for female THR advocates?
Absolutely. I mean, you need female THR advocates who understand the data, the science, and what, is really going on to actually, work in that space. So if you've only ever worked for the WHO and you've never really, been opened to genuine tobacco harm reduction and understood the data and the information and the reality of the situation, then, you're just believing in ideology. But we need more, we need more females to work in that space who understand tobacco harm reduction and the evidence to actually start changing things, the newer generations and the females as well, to start joining and, producing, making those changes. Absolutely.
I mean, do you think that, we have it somewhat in Asia Pacific. I'm pretty sure they have it somewhat in Europe and Latin America as well. But maybe we need to build more of a network and more of a closer relationship between the women in the science and policy side and the women consumer advocacy side. Because I know that at least in Asia, for example, the women THR, the consumer advocates, they're all very highly educated professional people with advanced degrees. Yeah. That isn't the case in other regions, and I know that. But maybe one of the things that I'm hoping the women in THR and that you and I can somehow do in our own little patches is try to bring those two groups together so that there's a mentoring and an understanding, because maybe a science and policy person never vaped or never smoked. And the consumer can provide that insight to those people, and they can work together, like synergistically.
Absolutely.
Further.
That's a really good idea. And I agree, because many people in science and policy have never vaped. I put my hand up. I've never vaped. I've tried vaping. I've tried the products. And I've tried oral nicotine pouches, and I've tried smoking. I've tried everything, but I've never been a vapor. And you're right. Yeah. So I think, we need consumers that understand the health, because when consumers will tell you, I feel so much better for having switched, I'm so much healthier. And I speak to people who are consumers. But I think you're right. We do need to bring those two together and fully support that.
Yeah, because one of the things I noticed when we went to GTNF, I always screw that up, GTNF, in South Korea, we were invited as consumers to a pre-conference session. And one of the things I found very interesting was that these were industry people, and they were coming up to us and they were just like, wow, because the only information they know about us is from market researchers.
Yeah. Interesting.
Okay.
So, yeah. So were you on a panel? Were you talking as a consumer on a panel about your experiences? So how did that connect?
We did the Consumer's King. It was a pre-conference. It's actually I'm going to run it after you and I get done. I'm going to run the recording of it so you can watch that if you want. But they invited us in, Asia Asian advocates. There was Clarice and I. Then there was Samrat from India and Asa from Thailand, I think. But anyway, you can watch that. But it was interesting because we had a guy from a market research company in the UK sitting there telling us about his research on consumers. And we were sitting there as consumers. And he was great. Don't get me wrong. A lovely guy. But I found it really interesting that industry is getting their information about us from market researchers.
Yeah, from a third party. They would have loved to have heard from you directly. That would have been a very rich session completely. Yeah. But you're right. We need to bring all the groups together. I think all of the stakeholders need to be at the table at the same time.
We have to do the thing that's not being done in Geneva.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'll take that on. Yeah, that's a really good point.
But yeah, that's interesting. You're not a vapor, and yet you're involved in this. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm very pro health. I'm talking from a personal perspective. I'm someone who's very, very pro being in good health. So that's how I live my life. I feel like I'm very much into fitness. I'm very much into, maybe, eating as healthily as you can. Obviously, we have our cheat days, but I'm very pro health, generally. And also in my family, I've had 5 men that have died of lung cancer on my mother's side. So my mum's Spanish. And in Spain, when I grew up, if you didn't smoke, you were the odd one out. Everybody smoked. You were the strange one if you didn't. So, with 5 men, my great uncles, my grandfather, all dying of smoking in their 50s, really, really young. And their wives actually were passive smoking. They didn't actually smoke themselves, interesting, but they passive smoked a lot. And their wives were widowed for, the next 20, 30 years, just so unnecessary. There's a personal kind of thing there, but also the reason why I enjoy this space is because you can make such a huge impact. And smoking, in the UK, for example, 1 in 4 cancer deaths are smoking related, and smoking costs the NHS 17 billion a year. But being pro health, and I enjoy working in public health, and actually this is one of the areas you can make the biggest impact. So you don't really have to be a vapor to get on board with, trying to help people with their health, because you can help people with their health in many different ways. This is just one of those ways. And actually, we're working in product development and harm reduction and testing. I've been on that side of it. And actually, I found that really fascinating. So this is kind of the natural next step. Plus, with my passion with being healthy, why not help people get healthier by advocating for safer products? So it's kind of a natural, it all ties in really well and nicely for me. Plus with having
it gels together really well. I mean, because most consumer advocates, the reason they've got involved in this is because we've lost people. I mean, my mother died at 57, right? She always wanted granddaughters, and she's got 3 of them she never got to meet.
Oh, that's terrible.
Her father died from lung cancer, oat cell, they called it, which I think is now small cell. Now they call that small cell today. And interestingly enough, my dad died from pleural mesothelioma, asbestosis. But because he was a former smoker, he didn't get the treatments he could have had if he had never smoked.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. This is all in the States, right?
Yeah.
And that angered me a lot. One of the things was I wanted to make the switch because I didn't want to do to my kids what was done. I didn't want them to experience what my brother and I experienced with my mother. That was hell on earth, right? Yeah. And then from that, came wanting to help other people. And I think you'll find if you talk to most consumer advocates, it's a very similar story. And I like the fact that, not that I like that happened to you, because I don't, but I like the fact that we can sit here and talk about it. And I think those are the things that we need to do to humanize this issue, because I think a lot of people don't see, certain people don't see the human side of this, and that bothers me.
Yeah. And actually, when you said about how women advocate versus men, you've just brought up a memory. So when I listen to women speaking on stage, one thing that they do very well is they bring the emotional side into things, and they make things relatable. So I was at an event last week in London, and there was a lovely Brazilian lady on stage talking about, she was talking about tobacco harm reduction, but she gave the example of her father, who is a very heavy smoker. But because they're from Brazil, it's not easy. You can't get hold of alternative products easily. It's a black market basically. And so she really made it more emotional, and she drew the audience in, because that's how you draw people in. It's talking about your personal experiences, your family members. And I think that's one thing that women probably do really well, which is what we need to be doing more of as well. So I think I'm glad you raised that point. Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's something that, you know, Lindsay Stroud and Skip did with the Golden Oldies tour in the States, you know, the testimonials, and then we have the Right to Vape testimonial site with Kasa.
Yeah.
These are people. I think it's something when you're sitting in an office somewhere and you're just pounding numbers. I was a research administrator in a former life, so I understand this concept of a windowless office pounding numbers. You kind of forget that that these are people.
Yeah.
They're human beings.
Exactly.
And I think you're right. You know, women, we tend to be a little more on the surface. We can express ourselves emotionally, whereas men have kind of been programmed not to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, humanizing it. We've covered pretty much everything that we just said that we were going to discuss. Is there anything else that you'd like to say or bring up with regards to women in THR or whatever?
Yeah. I guess for women in THR, it's keep getting your voices out there, be brave. If you're interested in if you're in THR, or if you're just interested in THR, please send me a message. Contact me through the thr.net X platform. You can actually just leave a message on there. We'll pick that up. Or jessica@healthdiplomats.uk is my email address. And something about, so the UK is an interesting point at the moment with regards to vaping. So there is a UK consultation coming up for proposed legal changes next year. So this is regarding introducing a legal age that you cannot buy cigarettes. So as of today, if you're 14 years or younger, you won't be able to legally buy a cigarette ever. This is the proposed changes for next year. There's a plan to ban actually disposable vapes, whether you agree with that or not. And there's also tighter regulation around marketing, point of sale, advertising, flavours. But if you're interested in submitting to the UK consultation, the deadline is the 6th of December. We're going to write a piece on thr.net on the updates page. Actually, Clive Bates has a really interesting piece on his website, Counterfactual, in which he has already drafted all of his responses to the questionnaire or the survey. So you can see what his thoughts are, which is a really interesting read. There might be some things that surprise you, but it gives a really balanced view, I'd say. So Clive gives a very balanced view. So if you are interested, we're going to post the link to the survey on thr.net. So please do. We welcome all submissions.
Isn't it interesting how the UK used to be the shining light for everybody, and now the UK seems to be going backwards, and it's all the same stuff?
Yeah, I know. It's really interesting.
Interesting.
There's obviously the youth vaping concern. So, a lot of teenagers are, the concern is they're vaping underage. And obviously we don't promote any kind of underage vaping at all. It should be for adults to switch to safer alternatives.
Exactly.
But when I was at school, kids would be smoking, at the age of 11 or 12, you pick up your first cigarette. I did that as well. Whereas nowadays, if they're vaping and they're not smoking, it's probably better that they're not smoking, but obviously they shouldn't be doing anything at all because it's illegal.
Right.
So it'd be good to get as many responses as possible to the UK submission, because like you said, the UK has been a really good example. It's always brought up as a good example of being pro-THR, and it still is pro-THR. The UK government and Rishi Sunak still say that, vaping devices are there for adults who want to switch, who can't quit smoking, but want to switch away from smoking. So there's still very much the support, obviously. But it's just the disposable vapes and the flavours is another one. There's a lot of pro-THR argument for flavours in terms of helping adults make the switch, but obviously, again, shouldn't be consumed by children.
But you just brought up a perfect point. I mean, I was nicking cigarettes from my mother when I was 11, right? And I'm a bit older than you, but I mean, when I went to high school, we had a smoking area.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I don't want young people to vape. Okay. But then again, I definitely don't want young people to smoke.
Exactly. It's the lesser of the two evils.
It is. It's the lesser of the two evils. And Kurt just brought something up.
Okay.
In the UK, NRT is available to 12 and older. That's also the same case in New Zealand, and I believe in Australia as well.
Interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good
yeah,
point, Kurt. Thank you for that.
Yeah, the demonization of nicotine. We've been talking about that a lot, of how everything seems to have changed from being about tobacco smoking to now to being nicotine. And yet, NRT is there, and there's nicotine inhalers, and all these.
Absolutely. And Sweden, for example, have the same nicotine consumption levels as the rest of Europe, but their rates of cancer deaths are far, far lower, but they still consume just as much nicotine, but they consume safer delivery systems, compared to other parts of Europe. It's not nicotine that's killing people, is the point. And it doesn't cause cancer. So, but a lot of physicians around the world, a lot of, health professionals actually still believe that nicotine causes cancer. For example, 97% of Indonesian physicians actually believe nicotine causes cancer. So there's a really interesting survey of doctors and their perceptions of nicotine that was published by the Smoke Free Foundation. You can find the result of the survey on their website. And 60% of US physicians believe nicotine causes cancer. So the problem is, do we need to re-educate, medical students at university with regards to, nicotine, the fact that it's a relatively safe drug, it's similar to caffeine. So there's a lot of education that needs to happen, I think, at a very young, early stage of physicians training. So that's a whole other topic.
It's a whole other topic, because there's a whole bunch of things that they're never taught about. And, and I've had discussions with doctors. I'm like, well, they never taught you about, you're supposed to keep people alive. But what if you can't keep somebody alive? What's the problem with hospice? And in some countries, that's considered, so
yeah,
we
exactly.
can do it for days.
Exactly.
And the other thing too, and this is another thing that I don't think a lot of people know, and Kurt just reminded me of it. Nicotine is an essential medicine on the WHO's medicine list, or repository, that list. Nicotine is on there.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know. There are many benefits. If you look at Michelle Minton's work, we have some clips on thr.net's YouTube channel where she's been talking about nicotine and the therapeutic uses and the benefits of nicotine. There's the mental health area. There's Parkinson's, looking at the benefits of nicotine for Parkinson's and pain management as well for other illnesses. So, it is a relatively harmless drug. And Clive Bates talks about nicotine. He's done some interviews on YouTube with Kassar, I believe, about nicotine. So I think we just need to kind of recheck in with ourselves. What's the evil here? Is it the tobacco smoke, or is it the nicotine? Maybe it's just the tobacco smoke.
Maybe it is. Yeah. I mean, I use nicotine to help me focus.
Yeah.
I will stain vape. Like if I'm writing a paper, one of my infamous reports or shadow reports or white papers. I mean, I'm chuffing.
Yeah.
It's helping me focus.
And funny you said that. So in Sweden, surgeons performing operations quite often have a snus pouch or an oral nicotine pouch because the nicotine helps them focus. That actually has been documented. So it's a very good, exactly. Yeah.
Very funny that. Well, thank you for joining me.
Yeah,
that wasn't painful at all.
No,
it would be all right.
Really enjoyed it. Thank you very much, Nancy. It's really great to see you.
It's good to see you, and catch up soon.
Absolutely. Speak to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that. She had to run because she's got kids and school runs and so on. But what I'm going to do is, if it's all right with you, I will run the pre-record, and then I'll come back and we will do the live open discussion. If you are interested in joining me here in the studio, do let me know and I will bring you in, okay? But for now, let's try this. Hopefully I don't screw this up. Notorious. Let's see.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back for those from the Women in Tobacco event that was with us previously. I have to say, if anybody was here and saw it, what a treat it was to hear about 4 amazing women and their careers and perspectives from within the science world. So thank you again for that, and I will be catching up with 1 or 2 of them to pursue their questions a little more. It's an exciting and forward-looking agenda. Congratulations to the GTNF team. To place it also in such a forward-looking country is a really good match, I think. And as Lisa's alluded to, we have, well, we'll see, I think, a raft of industry leaders and experts from all over the world, from a range of different fields, who are here to challenge and stimulate. And our first panel is probably, as Jack said, probably one of the most important, and certainly one that I have been arguing for to see regularly every time. So I'm going to introduce the panelists for our first panel, ask them to come onto stage. I think we've got one online. And if they want to come up, then we'll get this first exciting session focusing on the consumer underway. So if I can ask up onto stage, please, our moderator, Nancy Lucas, who is public health policy expert and executive coordinator of the Coalition of Asia Pacific Harm Reduction Advocates. We have Alex Clark, I think, who's going to join us online, and I'll leave it to our tech people to make sure that happens. I think we have Samrat Chowdhury, please, sir, former president of the International Network of Nicotine Consumer Organizations. We've got Matt Rudge, who is research director at Walnut Unlimited. And I believe we have a pre-record from Fiona, is that correct? Excellent, I'll leave that with you then, bless you. And then we have, last but certainly not least, Clarissa Yvette Virginio, who is also a member of CAFRA, which is, as I say, the Coalition of Asia Pacific Harm Reduction Advocates. So on that note, Nancy, I'm going to hand over to you, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to those of you who are here, and also to Elise for giving us this opportunity, because as I'm sure you are aware, not many times do you get to hear from the consumers, and we are the people you need to hear from. So thank you for this opportunity. The panel name is The Consumer is King. And amongst our, I've got a clicker, by the way, these things don't like me. Let's make sure this works. Yes. Amongst our panel today, we have the continuum of regulation. And what I mean by that is we have someone who lives in a country with an outright ban, that is Samrat. We have someone who lives in a medicalized situation, that's Fiona, who, by the way, sends her apologies. She was going to come in and beam in, but something came up and she was unable to do that. So she has sent a pre-recorded message. Next up, we have Alex Clark from CASA in the United States. He will be with us live. He's watching us. He's here now. Then we have Clarice from the Philippines, a newly regulated market. And last but not least, Mr. Matt. You're a researcher, correct? You're a consumer researcher. And he is here to talk to us about the research he has done on consumer perspectives of novel nicotine products. So without any further ado, I should have clicked that up, sorry. Without any further ado, let's start with Samrat Chowdhury. Hi, Samrat.
Hello.
Can you talk us through the situation in India with the ban? Because so recently has been the anniversary of the ban, correct?
Sure, yes. Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Elise and GTNF for calling consumers and for me to be a part of this panel. And I think it's an important conversation that consumers should have with the industry, because the environment is changing. So, and it's important to know what consumers want. What I don't feel happy about is that I'm representing a country which is at the bottom of this list. So, we are putting consumers last, and which is a pity, because there are 120 million smokers in India. There are 267 million tobacco users. There are 1.35 million deaths every year. So there's a huge tobacco problem crisis, which could be resolved if people had access to safer alternatives. And also, this is a country where there isn't strong or widely used public health network. So prevention is therefore even more vital in developing world, and which is where also where 80% of tobacco users live. So it's a pity that we are in a situation that we are, because harm reduction or safer alternatives could really be a proactive way that tobacco users could safeguard their life, lead better lives, avoid serious health consequences. In 2019, yesterday, September 18, is when the government banned it. The banned vaping, and they use very vague language, so it also includes HTPs. And I mean, they said that we don't want to criminalize users, so they didn't ban personal use and possession, but very promptly banned carrying of vapes through flights, which amounts to same. But also this is, and you must have heard stories from Thailand that vapers routinely get picked up by police and harassed and fleeced. So it's not good being a vapor in India right now. But also this is also India. In the sense it's very difficult to enforce regulation. So vapes are available now at every nook and cranny. The worry is that we don't know what's in them. These fake cheap products. There's no standard quality checks or standards. So it is a situation of concern. The ban, and we knew this, and we were telling the government this, and I think there should be some sort of an evaluation whether the policy that we are trying to make or the law that we are trying to implement, how implementable it is. What is, we have decided this, then there should be an analysis whether this can be done, because nicotine in 20 other forms is so widely available. And if you ban just one form, and that to the least harmful of it, how effective is the ban going to be, and what kind of a machinery do you have to enforce a ban like that?
Yeah, no.
So now in small towns and cities, you have vapes. So, the whole idea of the ban to protect kids, the black market doesn't care for who it is selling to. So that objective is out of the window. But what you now have is a huge black market, which I fear even regulation, even if they regulate vapes down the line, may not solve the problem, because they would be expensive tax products.
One question I do have for you that isn't listed. In India, there are unsafe oral tobacco products, correct?
Sure.
Now, is that the majority as opposed to combustibles?
Yeah, so for every smoker, there are 2 smokeless tobacco users.
Okay, and snus is also illegal in India, correct?
It's in the gray area.
Okay.
So it's not legal, but it's not illegal. I mean, there's no specific regulation on it, but I can hear some noises on flavors with snus coming around. And
Okay.
so I think what the huge problem is lack of understanding about the continuum of risk, what we're talking about here.
Okay.
So all tobacco products are clubbed together. And
Okay, it's all bad. Thank you for that, Samrat. Up next, we are going to have a pre-recorded message from Fiona Patton, who is in Australia, who they operate under a medicalized ban. Well, it's not a ban, a medicalized system, which is pretty much a de facto ban. So let's hear what Fiona has to say.
Hello, my name is Fiona Patton. I'm an Australian politician, or I was one for many years. So I'm kind of doubly sorry. I'm sorry that I was a politician, but I'm also sorry to be from Australia, a country that is leading the way in what not to do around tobacco harm reduction and around nicotine replacement therapy. I'm suffering significant FOMO for not being there. I wish I was at the GTNF conference with you in Seoul. But instead, and I know that Nancy will lead this great conversation with my panelists, Matthew, Alex, Clarice, and Samrat. Hi. About consumer being king, about consumer leading the conversation. Now, in my case, maybe it's consumer being queen. But as a vapor myself, I know just how difficult this so-called medical model is. I have to find a doctor who understands tobacco harm reduction, who understands nicotine replacement therapy. I have to get an appointment. I have to be able to afford it. I then have to be able to get a prescription for a product that would work for me. I then have to find a chemist or a pharmacy that may well stock that product. So what we're seeing is that 99% of Australians who are looking for a safer way to consume their nicotine are being forced onto the black market. And when I say the black market here, I'm talking actually about organised crime. In many cases, now I just want to make an exception and a shout out to some of the really amazing, terrific, specialised vaping stores here in Australia that have done everything to try and stay alive in what has been the most difficult of policy landscapes. But in my state of Victoria, in my city of Melbourne, 2 tobacconists were firebombed not 6 weeks ago. Now, that is a clear indicator, and the police know this, that our vaping industry, the sale of vapes, the sale of tobacco here as well, is being taken over by organised crime. So our governments are forcing us as consumers to access the illicit market, to talk to organised crime, to try and purchase a product that suits us, a product that we hope is what we think it is, a product that now is completely unregulated in this country, a product that is sold to just about anyone. So I hope that the conversation that you're having there at the GTNF will help Australia, because we need your help. And as consumers, we need to get that voice to Parliament. Now, we are very, early days in our consumer voice here. But as you'll hear tonight or this afternoon, there should be nothing about us without us. So have a great GTNF, and I hope to see you next time.
Fiona is the best. Thank you to Fiona. I hope you're watching, and if you are, thank you, and I will see you soon. Up next, I'm going to say this, and some of you may get it. Live from New York, we have Alex Clark from CASA. He is going to talk to us about the dismantling of the legal market there in the United States. Hi, Alex.
Hi, Nancy.
How are you?
Good, up late, but hanging in there.
Okay, can you give us some thoughts, some of your thoughts about this process of what's happening over there in the United States?
Sure. Well, the prompt on the slide here is what's going on with PMTA, and I can't really speak to that with any amount of insider knowledge, but how it appears to us out here in the consumer world is that the PMTA process is functioning as a very tight bottleneck on products that we have access to. There have been no flavored products authorized for vaping. It's all variations of tobacco. There are still interesting products available. I think it's worth noting the gas station down the street from me, half of the power wall is now occupied by nicotine pouches, which is good to see. In other locations, you kind of have to prune your neck and search for the smoke-free alternatives, but at least it seems some retailers are starting to feature them more prominently, and so that's a good thing. But I live in New York, where flavors have been banned since the beginning of the pandemic, and several vape shops in my town. I live in a small town, about 20,000 people, but they've all converted to head shops, or they've gone out of business. Head shops being catering to cannabis consumers. And it's not just PMTA. Of course, we have state and municipal governments that are taking their actions. The usual suspects here are, of course, coastal states like New York and California. We're watching things firing up in the Midwest. Ohio, we're watching something in Wisconsin. Illinois just banned vaping indoors. And of course, people may be familiar with what happened in Chicago and Cook County with taxes and flavor bans. And most importantly, all the ways that people have worked to get around those regulations. As Samrock was explaining, we're in a state where many people don't have any assurances about the quality of the product that they're buying. And there are, unsavory players getting involved in the marketplace. And unfortunately, we sort of expect this sort of methodical, state by state, municipality by municipality march to severely restrict these products, that this will continue. And if there is any, ray of hope here, it's that, this whole thing started in people's kitchens and basements and garages, and that infrastructure is still there. And hopefully, many people will be able to find products that they can trust. And I can't be someone to condone illegal behavior, but it is nice to see that parts of the country still have vape shops and still have vape shops opening up. So I know that FDA has sort of, noted several times that as we go through this process, as the agency works through more applications, it should get easier. But I think the question that we all have for the regulator and all of the activist groups is, why do we have to wait? We know that these products are saving lives now, and delaying the access is simply putting people in compromised positions. People are going to get sick and they're going to die early. There are people who could switch today that don't have interesting smoke-free product in front of them, and they're going to continue smoking. And so I don't know why we have to repeat the mistakes of the past.
I have a question for you.
Mhm.
Is it possible that the reason this whole thing is happening is because the FDA probably didn't realize what they were getting involved in with this PMTA process, and therefore they don't have the bandwidth to deal with it?
Yeah, I think, and year over year, FDA goes back to Congress asking for a raise on the cap of user fees. One of the larger sections in their response to the Reagan-Udall report involved, more funding, more staffing, more people. And so absolutely getting into this, I don't think FDA was aware of the size of the market. And we're still not certain. There's half of the vapor market is not tracked through traditional channels. And even more of it is moving to an illicit marketplace. So we don't really know. There are good estimates out there. I know Bonnie Herzog has talked about this a lot. This is her job, and we can estimate half or more of the industry is independents that aren't tracked. So I think one of the things that we tried to demonstrate through our membership was that the FDA was not prepared for this. They did not have a good read on the size and scope of what they were doing. And one of the first actions we took was to jam up the phone lines at the FDA for 3 days in 2016, because people had questions. They had questions about the regulations. They were afraid they weren't going to be able to get their products. And fortunately, many people still have access, but the way that it's going, it seems that the FDA is content to have a handful of companies to regulate, rather than actually catering to the needs of consumers.
Sad, very, very sad. Last question for you. What is it like to sit there and see this market being dismantled piece by piece?
It's I think I've gotten over the sadness of it. This was in 2016 when the hammer came down. We lost all of the big events. There was once a lot of enthusiasm about these products, especially for people. When one of the things that we're talking about in this country is legalizing marijuana, and in New York, they're doing it in a way, or they're trying to do it in a way that gives some sort of leg up to justice-involved individuals, people who have been actively harmed by the drug war. And when it comes to tobacco, people who had been smoking for decades, trying to quit, suffering health consequences, finally found something that they could open their business and sell a product that was helping their community. They took care of all of that sort of compensation and getting their lives back on their own. And that was very hard to see. It was very hard to see people who had pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and built a business, built a community around their products, And now all of that is either taken away or so seriously challenged. And now it's, I think that sadness is turning into a bit of fear, in that if the regulator can do this seemingly unchecked, I mean, there's a bit of, checking boxes when we have listening sessions and comment periods that don't end up actually changing anything in a proposed rule or other regulation. That it seems that they are acting without impunity. They're making political decisions, and I think ultimately that's very dangerous. And no matter what issue we're talking about, I think for a lot of people, and myself included, that's very frightening.
Thank you, Alex. We'll come back to you later in the discussion. So try to stay awake for us, okay?
I'll be here.
Thank you. Next, we're going to ask Clarice Virgino to talk to us about the Philippines. As some of you are probably aware, the Philippines is a newly minted consumer regulated market. So we're going to ask Clarice, how is that working out? What's going on?
First and foremost, I want to thank GTNF and Elise for having me again. This is the second time that I'm part of GTNF. I think the last one is 2020, and we didn't have a law yet at the time. Now it's 2023, and we finally have a law in place. So as you may know, it has been a wild journey for us because for the past couple of years, the trajectory was looking dim. We really thought that we were going for prohibition instead of regulation. And might be surprising to some, and I consider our country lucky. But at the same time, it's so much hard work that consumers and industry and other supporters really put in to be able to have a vape law in place. Now, as to access and choice, from a consumer perspective, access, it's a double-edged sword, because for retailers and resellers, this is a good thing because the law will also protect them aside from consumers. But at the same time, it's going to be a lot of burden for resellers, retailers, manufacturers, the whole shebang, because there are a lot of requirements when it comes to the rules and regulations for them to comply with. At the same time, this affects consumers because if these retailers don't get their permits, their papers in order, where are we going to we're going to get our vape, our juice, diba? And sorry, I code switch for a little. I teach in university, so I tend to code switch. Anyway, so it's a double-edged sword for us. When it comes to choice, there's also a bit of a problem because there are certain products that we no longer have. For example, a certain type of juice because the manufacturer decided not to produce it anymore because they don't want to go through the whole process of complying with these rules and regulations because it's a bit tedious and I think a bit stringent, but it is what it is. And this law is meant to protect consumers. And I think it's also aimed to focus more on protecting the youth because there are provisions in the law that specifically caters to the youth. Like you can't sell to minors. The age of majority in the Philippines is 18. So if you are below 18, you cannot purchase vape products. I have students who are below 18 that I see are using vape. So that's a bit surprising. I asked them one time, did you used to smoke? Because personally, in my experience, I switched to vaping because I used to smoke. I've been smoking since high school and then I switched to vaping sometime in college. So I asked my student, were you a smoker? Is that why you're vaping? And she just smiled. So we have that. In terms of the backlash, I would say that in the political scene in the Philippines, it's a mix of policymakers who are very supportive of the vape law, but there are also people who are strongly against it. We have politicians, senators, I'm not going to drop their names, but we have policymakers who are strongly against vape. And I don't know why, because there's so much data out there. All you have to do is read the data. All you have to do is listen to what consumers, to what experts say. All of the information are readily available for people to read and consume, and yet there's still a stigma against vaping, that it shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't have been allowed because, as I mentioned earlier, the trajectory originally was we were heading for prohibition, but now, with luck and hard work, we were able to have a vape law in place, and there's no hard and fast rule in having a law. I've mentioned this before in a talk in India. There's no hard and fast rule when in terms of having a law in place, because every country in the, at least in the Asia Pacific area region, they have different needs, they have different laws, and we cannot simply dictate to other countries, here's the things that we did, you can follow them, you can do them by the dot. We can't do that, right? So we are, I really consider our country pretty lucky, but just like what's happening in the US, it's only a matter of time probably for us to have an amendment to the law that we have in place right now. But I am just happy and grateful that the symbiotic relationship between consumers and retailers seem to be working, because a lot of retailers are really trying to comply with the requirements under the law. So yeah.
Well, I mean, the industry in the Philippines, as far as I'm aware, it's an independent industry, and the majority of the guys that got involved in, got involved in it were people who found vape to get them off of smoking, correct? So it's a truly independent industry. Yeah. Thanks, Clarice. Up next, Mr. Matt Droge. Now, Matt will be speaking to us on how people who smoke, how they feel about novel nicotine products, and how we can address tobacco harm reduction with them without, quote unquote, throwing them under the bus. So, Matt?
Thank you very much, Nancy. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. So let me just give you a bit of background and context as to who I am and the angle I'm coming from today. So I work in market research. I've been working in market research for nearly 12 years, and in that time, been conducting a lot of research in the world of tobacco and nicotine consumption on behalf of the consumer. Now, in this context, the consumer I'm referring to are adults who legally smoke or who legally consume reduced risk products. And in more recent years, the research I've been undertaking has been looking at the consumer journey moving from the world of smoking towards the world of reduced risk products, e-cigarettes, heated tobacco, nicotine pouches. Now, my job as a market researcher, there's no agenda, no ulterior motive. My job is simply to speak to consumers, to analyze consumer data, understand what they're doing, why they're doing it, and then report that story. So I'm very much here today as the voice of the consumer. I'm here to put the consumer first. Now, the research we undertake looks at two aspects of consumers. First of all, it looks at their behavior, i.e., what are they consuming? Where do they buy it? How much do they spend? Where are they consuming it? The other part goes beyond what they're just doing and looks at their attitude and values and their beliefs. So it gets to know the person on a more personal level. What makes them them? What do they like? What do they believe in? What are their motivations in their behavior? What are the barriers to other behaviors? Okay. And it's by only understanding both their attitudes and their behavior that you get the whole big picture. And it's through the understanding that big picture that we come to some really clear insights in our research. First and foremost, you can't treat all consumers the same. Every consumer has their own point of view, their own motivations, and actually what motivates one group of consumers won't motivate another, and vice versa. And it's very important to take that into consideration. The other thing is that actually not all consumers are trying to reach the same end goal. Now, some legislation has been put in place where actually we're trying to implement policies in which it's forcing the hand of consumers to move towards the world of reduced risk products. Not all consumers see themselves on the same journey. I think what sort of summarizes this story quite nicely is we call it in technical terms the trans-theoretical curve. And that sounds quite technical, but what that means essentially is we've identified 5 stages of consumer journey from smoking through to solely using reduced risk products. Okay. And very quickly, if I run through these, so the first stage is pre-contemplation. So these are adults who smoke and have got no intention of switching whatsoever. Yeah. It's important to register these groups because actually these are the consumers that are least likely to switch regardless of what legislation is forced upon them. The next stage is people who are contemplating change. So these people who may be still smoking but are on the radar. In the future, they may want to switch. The next stage is planning. So these are consumers who, again, are still smoking but are now quite close to actually starting to use reduced risk products. They're doing research online, they're speaking to friends and family before they start to use those products. The next stage is action. So these are consumers who have actually started to use these products, and this could be in isolation or alongside smoking. And finally, we have the maintaining group. And these are the groups who have switched behavior and have maintained it over a prolonged period of time.
Okay.
Now, the types of consumers along this journey vary wildly, as you can imagine. You've got people very early on in the journey who maybe aren't even on a journey. They're more than happy where they are. I think we need to respect that view. These people, I suppose, in every stage of the journey, people, what they want is to be able to make informed decisions. They want to have the information they need to make the decision that works for them and their personal choice. If consumers want to stay at stage one in the pre-contemplation group, that's absolutely fine. We don't need to force their hand. The people who are at stage 5, who have made a switch and maintained it, great, good for them. If it's working for them, then great. And we can speak to them, learn what worked for them, and apply that to the other groups in between the two. What you need to do with those groups in between the two is understand where they are on that journey, how to communicate with them, and how to enable them to move that way if they want to move that way, rather than trying to force them. One of the issues is that if you're in that first stage and you're trying to force the issue, actually they're never going to move that way, and all it's going to do is force them to find ways around it. So they'll go to unregulated markets, they'll go to the black market, and they try and find a way around it that way. What you need to do is understand them, and actually what we've figured out in our research, what we've identified in research, is that depending on where they are in this journey, you need to communicate them in different ways. People very on in the journey need to be made to feel that reduced risk products are something for them. Too many of them at this moment in time feel that that's for other people. That doesn't apply to me. That won't work for me. I know that's not my cup of tea. People at the sort of further end of the journey who are looking to make that switch or have just started trialing it, they're much more influenced and much more motivated by wanting to feel like they're pioneers, that they're at the forefront of this initiative, that they want to be excited by reduced risk products. They want to feel like they are excited and engaged and at the forefront of this movement. So when you start to take into fact both the different types of personalities and how to communicate with them, plus how they are on these steps of the journey, you really get to build a very big picture that actually forcing change upon them isn't going to work. Communicating them with a one-size-fits-all approach isn't going to work. You need to understand them and tailor your approach to communicate to all of them. So in summary, consumers want to be able to make informed decisions. You can't treat all consumers the same. You need to understand there's wide differences and you should treat them as such. And lastly, you need to understand that on this step-by-step journey, people want to move at a pace that's comfortable for them. Absolutely. If they want to make that journey, we should hold their hand and support them. But they can move at a pace that's comfortable for them. And actually, it's not always linear. You won't always go step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You may try reduced risk products and then move back to smoking. Then you may use them in conjunction side by side and then make another switch again. That's fine. There's no failure in this journey. It's just understanding where that consumer wants to get to and enabling them to get there.
And it's a very valid point that you're bringing up, because as you're talking, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about all the times I wanted to quit smoking and I went to the doctor and they try this or they try that. And it was this very linear thing, you have 8 weeks, we'll give you this for 8 weeks. And if this doesn't work, then human beings don't operate like that. We are not cookie cutter. And I think for a lot of us who vape, the reason this works for us is because we can individualize it. We can choose what works for us without somebody telling us, no, you must only have that, which may explain why the Australian model is not working, because they're being forced. It may explain why what's going on in the United States. Hi, Alex. Any thoughts on this? How this may tie into what's going on over there?
Well, I'm always reminded of my personal story. And when I started using nicotine gum to quit smoking, the best advice I got wasn't on the package. It didn't come from that prescribed, you have 12 weeks to use this product and then you must quit. You have to quit smoking before you use this product. None of that. And so I just identifying with that. And for sure, people need to take that journey of trialing different flavors, finding what works best for them. What flavor can you live with for a day? And that's been very important this whole time. And unfortunately, that's exactly what's under attack.
Yeah, no, for sure. Samrat, going on, your thoughts on this with regards to informed decisions and choices in a black market. How does that work?
Well, it doesn't, but I think what works is People knowing that these are less harmful products, actually there have been surveys done in the country, and especially the youth seem to have got it right despite all the misinformation. They seem to know correctly that these are less harmful than products than smoking. It may not, as you go up higher, in the age group, perhaps they know less, but surprisingly, the youth of today do know that these are less harmful products. And I don't think in today's world that you can really misinform people beyond a point, because you can hit internet and you can do a little bit of research and you can find out. And more importantly, if you're a smoker and you tried vaping, you very soon you'll figure out that this is less harmful. What happens is that educators, for example, there are certain constituents who really get influenced. Educators, physicians, and also policymakers to an extent. Those are the ones who fall for all the misinformation. They, and I think it's the whole "what about the children" argument in a developing country isn't something that should work or should be a big, thing to decide policy on, because the males or the adults are also a vulnerable population. They are the ones who are poor. They can't afford public health, medical care from smoking. So you need to balance both the needs of both constituents. But a lot of people are just trying them because now they're available for real cheap. So, and once they try them, what I worry about is people entering nicotine without, having a smoking history through vaping, which, if you were to look at the risk involved, may not be as bad a thing as having, and then that solution working for 120 million people. So, in the risk, I mean, it could still be okay if some people try these products because they're less harmful. And then a lot of smokers also did, for whom it could be life-saving.
Thank you for that. Thanks, everybody. Matthew, you started a good conversation. Thank you. Moving on, the continuum of regulation and legislation. What do we on the panel see as the future of regulation for novel nicotine or safer nicotine products? I'll start with you, Matt.
I think, again, putting consumer first, I think whatever the legislation is put into place, that you need to recognize that small steps are progress. Go back to the point earlier on where you got the pre-contemplation group. You can't make them jump from 1 to 5. People will just fall off the wagon. If you think about, there's a psychologist called B.J. Fogg who wrote a book called Tiny Steps. And in Tiny Steps, he wrote about behavior change. Significant behavior change is much easier when you break it down into step-by-step processes. Rather than enforcing huge drastic change which people aren't able to do, small, actionable, bite-sized steps is the best way to implement change.
Yeah.
So whatever legislation comes in needs to recognize that. If you think about, you go to a gym in January in the UK, and that gym will be absolutely packed because everyone's made New Year's resolutions. New year, new me. I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to get fit. This time next year, I'm going to be the best shape I've ever been in. You go back to the same gym 3 months later and half the people aren't there. You go back to the same gym 9 months later and barely any of the people are there. I think most people in this room have probably made New Year's resolutions that quickly fall by the wayside. It's not because people are lazy. It's not because we can't be bothered. It's because significant change to our ingrained behaviors and attitudes is so hard to do. And it's the same with moving from smoking to reduced risk products. You need to take those steps and make it bite-sized. You can't just bang, there you go, let's force it upon you, because actually people are just going to be destined to fail. And actually, if you create a system in which failure or the inability or the lack of ability to make that change, it creates a vicious cycle in which people then feel down about themselves. I haven't succeeded. And then it creates a vicious cycle which doesn't give them mental health either.
Yeah.
Saying, you know what, this is how we're going to enable it. This is how we're going to support you and enable to do these steps. Don't worry if you don't get it straight away. It's not a race. Don't worry if you take a few backward steps. We can help you get there if that's where you want to get to, and then enable that to do so. That's the best way.
Well, I know that, but amongst all of us vapors here and advocates here, Alex, Clarice, Summer, and myself, I mean, we have all mentored people who smoke to switch. And that's kind of how we do it. It's that understanding. And a lot of times it comes from, yes, being there and doing that and understanding that, but also knowing that if you tell someone to do something, the first thing they're going to do is not that. Or if you tell somebody not to do something, the first thing they're going to do is what you told them not to do. That's basic human, I think it's human behavior, correct? It's interesting that you bring this up because I know a lot of consumer advocates in various parts of the world get very frustrated and get very burnt, I guess is the word that I would use, correct? I know that there has been issues in Europe with this because the constant fighting with the TPD and, this country does this and this country does that. Samrat, in India, being that the advocates are operating there under a ban, how do you guys deal with that burnout and how do you get beyond that to continue to fight for safer regulation?
Well, it is quite frustrating and demotivating. And also there is a certain degree of fear of repercussion. Very recently, the government issued a diktat to all media saying that you should not publish anything pro-vaping because the vape ban law itself contains a provision that you cannot criticize it. So I think this is going a little too far. There is a ban on research on vaping. So it is like fighting a big system, which is also backed by WHO and the allied groups. India got an award for banning vaping, which is crazy. So it is a big fight. It is demotivating, but knowing that if you have switched from smoking to vaping, you're not going to go back. You're not going to give up your life because the government, decided something. So people will vote for their health, no matter what the government decides. So that is one. But also there is something, a critical mass that would develop over time. And I think we'll have a better situation then.
Alex, what about in the United States? Because you guys have been through the ringer. And as you know, I'm always saying this to you, whatever happens in the States, the rest of us, we have to deal with it. So what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I can echo the thoughts on the sort of incremental change and there needs to be buy-in for all of this change to happen. And one of the walking into this conference and other conferences, it's great to see the focus on consumers at the beginning of the conference. We sort of get to set the tone a little bit.
Yeah.
And so at least in these circles, we see, I think, a more focus on prioritizing our needs and our demands. And I think a lot of this, as we've had conversations in other places, I think it's very important to change the language. And when we do talk about person-first language, it's very important that everybody gets on board. And I know it will take time. So there's no scorn here for people who are still adjusting to this. But I think it's really important to elevate this issue and the conversation about specifically harm reduction as it is applied to smoking and tobacco products. Elevate this issue to where all of the other issues are. When we start talking about substance use disorder, we're talking about people with mental health conditions. The language around this has changed, and I know it will take a lot of effort for a lot of people to do it. Once you see it, once you start writing it, you can't unsee it. And I think that will send a message to people who are following this or stumble upon a news story and start to see that we're not just objects, we're not just data on a spreadsheet. We're parents, we're friends, we're brothers and sisters, and we want to have good, healthy lives. And I think seeing us as real people is absolutely vital to changing the conversation, and that goes up the chain to the regulator. And I'm hopeful. I'm not going to put all my eggs in that basket, but I am hopeful that we can do this over time and get some more appropriate regulation. In terms of the nitty gritty there, I think time and again at these conferences and in listening sessions, it has been suggested we should have something like what they have in the UK, a notification system There should be something separate for the open system market. There should be an incentive for people to open up their own vape shops and create that community where we can peer counsel each other and support one another. It's not something that has been replicated by 1-800-QUIT lines. I know that at least one manufacturer, probably definitely in attendance here, has tried to replicate that for their own stores. But I assume, because I've never been to one, a much different experience than walking into your neighborhood vape shop and seeing your neighbors and your friends all quitting smoking and all willing to help one another. So I think those are just a few of the things that really need to happen going forward to get the most benefit out of these products.
Okay, here's an add-on question for you. I mean, we try to talk to governments, our own public health officials, the WHO. I mean, we get shut down, okay? All of us are sitting here now gathered in front of people who are from industry. So what do you think or believe that industry should be doing that they aren't doing maybe to help us as consumers advocate and help people?
Well, I will never miss an opportunity to ask for funding. So I think that is important. We're not shy about it. I know that in certainly other parts of the world, I mean, seriously, even in the United States, taking money from the industry is a black mark and does tend to lend itself to seeing us be dismissed very easily by people. But with CASA, it's never been the case. We've been saying this since 2009. Our demands and our positions haven't changed depending on the source, and they will not. And so that's a big one. But I know that the industry is in conversations with FDA, and I know that when we get into the business angle of this, I'm not as savvy as maybe I should be, but I think there's an opportunity there for the people who do have a seat at the table to nudge the FDA and nudge lawmakers and say, hey, if we're all really in this to improve public health and help people move away from smoking, then we need to loosen up some of the regulations for the independent players and the people who actually made all of this possible. And as I said, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I think the independent vape shops, that retail experience and that community needs some consideration and should have an easier time to bringing products to market and selling them to people who need them.
Yeah, no, agree. Clarice, from the Philippines context, what should industry do to help support consumer advocacy that they're not already doing?
Like I mentioned earlier, the bulk of the burden in terms of the work is in the industry, at least in the Philippines, because of the stringent requirements that they have to comply with. But as Nancy mentioned earlier, most of the independent industry in the Philippines are also consumers, are also advocates. So I guess one of the things that they could do, instead of just opening up a shop, selling products, they could also do some sort of advocacy on the side, because where else would a customer or a consumer go but there? These vape products are only available in vape shops, which in contrast, by the way, is very different from other NRTs, such as nicotine gum, which is readily available in the groceries in the Philippines. So as to tobacco harm reduction products, these are only available in these vape shops. And I think one of the things that they could do is to help in spreading the correct information and being involved also in advocacy. Maybe not 100%, because of course their focus is business. It's still business at the end of the day. So the main goal still is profit and income, right? But it's not going to hurt them if they will do a little bit of advocacy on the side. Anyway, at the end of the day, they're also consumers and advocates.
Matt, do you vape?
Used to.
Okay, what's your take on all of this?
Yeah, again, consumer view is that the forcing of the issue is where the issue comes in. I said consumers want to be able to make an informed decision. That's what they want to be able to do. And it's when you start to have legislation that doesn't allow them to do that and it forces them to go down an avenue they're not particularly ready to do or not quite in the position to do so, that's when the issues arise. there's a well-known in the world of behavioral science, a well-known behavioral heuristic called reactance bias. And Nancy, you alluded to this earlier on. And this is basically the instances where when consumers have policies forced upon them, not only do they not comply, but they actively rebel against it. They actually push back. And so it's been seen in some instances where actually not only does the policy not meet its objective, actually can have the opposite effect with a group of consumers within that as well.
Yeah.
So taken outside the tobacco nicotine example here, just think back to only a couple of years ago when COVID lockdowns are happening all around the world. And yeah, people protesting out in the street, this is my freedom, don't take it away, let me do what I want to do. Now, I'm not saying they're right to do that, but that's an example where you see people resisting change.
Yes.
Years and many, many years ago, in America, when alcohol was outlawed, then you had prohibition and people resisting that. And of course, what it does is it drives criminal underworld and drives people to look elsewhere. And the same with tobacco and nicotine. If consumers are being forced to change when they're not ready to do so, especially in that initial group that I mentioned, that pre-contemplation group who aren't even ready to even think about making a switch, they're still going to find ways to continue to smoke. They're still going to want to find ways now, whether it's going for the black market, going abroad, looking for them elsewhere, it's not going to work. So again, it's about making sure that we work with consumers, listen to what the consumers want, and work with them. And that's the most effective way to get to the end goal you want to get to, rather than a dictatorship telling them how they should be behaving or what they should be doing.
Thank you for that. We're going to lose Alex in about 12 minutes. So I want to ask Alex, do you have any final thoughts that you'd like to share?
I do. No positive note. There's no to go around here, but I just kind of wanted to underscore, my seeing the display in convenience stores. Keep it up. I want to see the safer products shining brightly behind the cash register. Whatever position any of you are in to make that happen, and through contract agreements with retailers, featuring less harmful products more prominently, I think is excellent work, and we need more of that. And also, to FDA's credit, I will say, Brian King is back this year, which is great. Always to send a representative, even if it's stuff that we've already heard. But I appreciate the continued engagement. And also, we just recently had a listening session with FDA in September, and our suggestion there was, and I hope that others feel the same way and are able to echo this, is that listening session should be a more regular event. And the more engagement that the agency has with real people who actually use these products, I think the better things will be. So yeah, I just really hopefully ending on some bright points there. And I do, at least with those things, I like what we're seeing.
Thank you, Alex. Can we everybody give Alex a warm hand for joining us? Thanks again, Alex. Samrat, last but not least, what do you believe industry should be doing more or less to support consumers?
Okay, so this is what I feel, and feel free to disagree. The sense that I get when we interact with tobacco control is that they are set in a thinking which is maybe from the 2000s, and they haven't adapted to the new reality of novel products which are going to be less harmful. So they're still in that mindset. But at the same time, the industry is also in that mindset. The industry is, used to be risk averse. I mean, they have accepted for long the role that maybe they are, selling a product which is harmful, which kills. But now they have products which can actually save lives. But they're not, in my sense or in my view of what I have seen, that aggressive about it. And I think the industry should start believing that now they are going to save lives if people could transition to these less harmful products and behave like that, and take those bold steps. Like in my country, India, I would have expected the industry to have come together and really fought this ban, because India is large enough to make an example of and convince other countries. We can see these bans spreading. So I think it is the industry's responsibility also, to a large extent, to fight this ban. We consumers are stuck in the middle. On one hand, we have the tobacco control, but also, the way the game is set up, we cannot speak to the industry directly. We are violating Article 5.3, we face exclusion.
Yeah.
We are deplatformed. We don't have a voice. And therefore, I think that is where the industry should come in, take bold steps, believe in the fact that these are products which are going to save people's life. I mean, there are 1 billion people out there, who could benefit from these products and who has the wherewithal, and I think the industry has a role to play there.
Thank you for that. Any final thoughts before we open it up to everybody to grill us and ask us questions? Okay. Do we have any questions for any of the panel? Of course we do. Colin, you go first, and then Henage. Do we have a microphone? Hold on, microphone coming.
There.
There you go.
I'm Colin Mendelsohn from Australia. Matt, I just wanted to raise the question of informed consent. The problem for consumers is finding that right information. There's a huge amount of misinformation, disinformation out there. How do they sift through that and actually make an informed decision?
It's a valid point. It's a good question. Certainly, we didn't hear at the back. So, how do consumers make informed decisions given the amount of information that's out there in society? There's a mixture of approaches here. I think that the government needs to ensure that they're conveying a clear message at all times. I think what we see in the UK very clearly is actually when you go to places like vape stores, when people want to enter the reduced risk product market, the people in the know are the people who are immersed in that culture already. So we see a lot of people actually, word of mouth plays a big part, speaking to friends, speaking to family, going into expertise, going to shops where people are selling it, where they can provide that relevant information. I think there's always that risk online. There's a lot of misinformation out there. And I think, to be honest, it's very hard to get around all of that. I think it's about making sure that the people in power and the people in the know are at the forefront to provide that information where best they can.
Okay, thank you for that, Matt. H?
Yep.
Oh.
Thank you. Hanish Mitchell, come from the UK, Thailand, whatever. Some of you know me, most of you don't. First of all, I'd like to say to Elise and to the GTNF team, thank you so much for allowing consumers to come here. As was stated at the beginning, I guess most of you guys are like feeding us with what we need, and we appreciate that. But equally, without us, you got nothing. So we're together here, and I really appreciate the comments that have come off the panel. And I'd just like to come up with a comment, then a question. So if you'll excuse me, first of all, to all our colleagues in the industry, each one of you, please go away from here and think, what can we do in our communities, in our markets to support consumers? Approach us here. We know who most of the consumer advocates are in most countries. It's not about money, though we'll take your money. It's about information, data. It's about getting consumers in front of regulators to share their life stories, their shared experiences. It's their lived experience. It's about getting consumers in front of the media. It's about getting consumers in front of any platform where their voices can resonate. That's really important. Well, so please approach any of us at any time during the conference and discuss consumers. We're happy to talk to you about it. The question I would like to ask you, Miss Lucas, could you tell us what CAFRA does and how it impacts the industry and the consumers? Thank you.
So you'd like me to give an oral dissertation is what you're asking me to do. Okay, CAFRA, the Coalition of Asia Pacific Tobacco Harm Reduction Advocates. It is a coalition of 10 current consumer advocacy organizations. We work together voluntarily, okay? We're loosely bound. Nobody's mandatory or anything like that. What we do is we share information. We share research. We share experiences. We commiserate. As Clarice had said earlier, one country may do something one way and another country may do something another way. So if one of our countries does something and it's successful, then we can share that with the other countries and they can tweak it to make it work for them. Okay. And that's what we're about, is we are consumer advocates supporting each other in our region and also the wider global region. We do submissions. I'm the resident nerd. I write a lot of white papers. You know, we support each other. We support each other in our advocacy, and also I would say in our personal lives too, because we've all become one big, huge family. And that makes what could be a very lonely and disheartening journey bearable. Would you agree?
Yes.
Clarice? Does that answer your question, Mr. Mitchell? Any other questions? Okay. Well, I hope that everyone has gotten something from this. And if, as H had said, if anybody has any questions or wants to reach out to any of us, please feel free and do so. I believe the slides and everything will be available on the website. There's some of the information. And again, I want to thank Elise and her team, and I'd like to thank everybody who's joined us. And I'd like to thank my panel for putting up with me, and the clicker worked. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Open Live Discussion. And sadly, it looks like it's just going to be me and the boys, but that's okay. It's not a Manel because I'm here. So let me introduce everyone who is joining us. We have Asa Salagupta from ECST in Thailand. Hi, Asa.
Hey.
We have Kurt Eo from Vaping Saved My Life South Africa. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, Nancy. Hi, Asa.
Hey, and last but not least, we have Mr. Mitchell from Factasia. Hi, Mr. Mitchell.
Hi.
Again, anybody in the who's watching, if you have any questions, just ask them in the chat. If you want to join us, let me know, and you can come in and join us in the room with us in the studio. I would like to start with Kurt because I know Kurt has something to say. So, Kurt, what's going on?
I'm sorry. Apologies. I'm rather amped and triggered based on a radio interview I heard yesterday. It was shared to me, and it was the amount of misinformation and disinformation regarding vaping by a leading pulmonologist in South Africa. It was so bad. He even linked vitamin E acetate with popcorn lung, which, you know, on both counts, those are on their own, independently, are significantly bad. But when you start amalgamating or merging that together, it becomes really problematic. And it was based. The statement even went further, stating that there is an incredible amount of kids being hospitalized with products that have been, you know, products that include vitamin E acetate in these in the vapes. I can't tell you. I try to count how many times or how many instances there was just a pure problem with what was stated from a scientific and factual point of view. And there's no recourse. There's no way of correcting this. You know, you don't get an opportunity to say, hang on, but that's not correct. That's wrong.
It's the disinformation campaign, and I don't know if you have the same issues in South Africa. I'm presuming you do, and it comes in waves. It's like this wave of effluent, being nice, comes and hits us all, and without any kind of warning, it's like a tsunami, right? And there's no recourse. You can't even tell people, here's the waves coming, because all of a sudden it hits you, and you're so stunned by that it hit you. By the time you get around to saying, hey, listen, doesn't matter, it's already there. Yeah. And that's the problem, Kurt. It doesn't matter whether what they say is true or not. As long as they get it out there, people believe it.
The problem is that this is not a front group or angry moms or angry parents. This is a leading pulmonologist. So what kind of information is he sharing with his patients?
we have that everywhere. I mean, Asa can probably tell you some pretty hair toe curling stories, right, Asa?
Quite a few, yes.
You know, Jessica said it in the 1-to-1. You know, I mean, people. You know, what you're saying, 60% of doctors believe that nicotine's a carcinogen.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
I mean, now they're just mixing everything together. So they're actually creating their own concoctions of their misinformation. It's not even is separated from Ivali. You know, it's now all together.
Yeah, and it's not. I mean, it sucks and it's shocking, but it's not surprising because they're not getting the information they need. They're not getting the education they need.
I don't believe that anymore, Nancy. I'm terribly sorry. I don't believe that anymore. You know, there is, if you are in that sphere, in that space, you are equipped, and it is within your mandate to double check, triple check the information, to get multiple sources. It's no longer about they're not getting the correct information. That information's out there. If I can have access to studies, which I do have, they very well do too. So if they have an instance of popcorn lung or Ivali or something like that, you literally have to go into Medscape or any of those repositories, type in the search word, and you'll see a host of studies appear. A host.
Oh, I know. I've got access to Medline. I mean,
Yeah.
I know that. I hear what you're saying. I absolutely hear what you're saying, and I absolutely agree with you that it's effluent. Okay. But if they don't make the effort to find out, and they're not willing to listen to what we're going to say, then how do you want to approach that?
No, that's the problem. The doors are shut.
Okay.
Yeah.
Asa, you have probably dealt with the massive amount of crap in the past, 7 years. You've dealt with these issues, and you finally have kind of broken through to a certain extent, and people will listen to you.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe explain that process to Kurt so he understands what he might be able to do.
Oh wow. Yeah. Here, you probably have had known that it's been almost 8 years that they started to ban vaping, and it started by sending wrong signals and false and misinformation to the government to start the ban, and it started by said it started ban on importation, and then it went on to manufacturing and distribution. Excuse my cough drops. But anyway, so we've been dealt with loads and loads of misinformation even before Ivali and popcorn lung. And we've been trying, like, okay, they come out with like some kind of misinformation, and we argue back with scientific facts. They use NASEM. We said, hey, this is what NASEM actually said. They use a CDC, FDA, US FDA, of course, and other scientific research. And we said, hey, this is a full sentence. What they would normally do is they would just bring in a few lines, because there are pros and cons of vaping. They would just use the cons of vaping by not saying the pros, and then what we do is we will throw out the whole paper, the whole summary, the whole started with introduction. This is what this paper is aimed towards, and like try to say like, hey, this paper is done by non-bias, with no affiliation involved, and say, okay, we agree that these are two results. The cons are two of the results, but it's only two of the 10 or 12 or 20 results. The rest are pros. For example, they will not admit that vaping can make you quit smoking. In the end, one of the sayings that had been coming out lately was that, well, it's just a switch. So now they don't consider smoking. They consider as nicotine addiction. So that's one of the things we still have to deal with. Plus, you've heard that WHO FCTC, I think it was the COP 7 or 8. They advise signatory parties. I said, okay, listen, after this meeting, after the session is over, you can go back and tell your country either ban or put some kind of regulations. In some countries, like in Thailand, they said WHO FCTC ordered us according to world tobacco laws. I'm going like, WTF is that they cannot order us. Plus, there is no such thing as world tobacco laws. But anyway, they come back and they say like WHO FCTC, the Conference of Party, the COPs, said that we must ban. No, the line said it depends on each country whether you decide to ban or to regulate. But if you want to ban, then you have to be careful of consequences that will follow. Well, this is it's really repetitive. This is a kind of thing that we have to do all the time, just coming out with like, okay, this is what you said, but this is a full sentence. This is a full summaries. So we just have to keep hammering. Finally, more and more people listen, and I don't really want to say fortunately or like it started with cannabis. Plus, you can see lots and lots of vape shops here in Thailand. I mean, you just come to Thailand. A lot of friends coming from abroad, say like, "Oh, I'm worried, I'm gonna get caught." I said like, just don't bring anything. Ask Nancy, ask Edge, or ask anyone who had visited Thailand, recently. I say like, so don't bring anything. We have everything ready. By the time you reach your hotel, it will be waiting for you. Easy. I mean, easier than pie. So like, the new government, this new government, they kind of see that look, ban is not the total ban is not a solution anymore. So we have to keep coming back, and we have to be persistent on what we do, especially we know it's the truth.
I mean,
So
it's like it's like what Tomas was saying in the very beginning of today. Enough people are going to and Roberto, enough people are going to be out there vaping and using the product that they're just going to look dumb because they're not going to be able to stop it. If it's about control, they've already lost that, especially, in Mexico and in Thailand. And I can see the same thing happening in South Africa.
I think the reason why this touched home so strongly is because my mom, before she passed from smoking related diseases, I had struggled. She never ever accepted the input around switching to vaping, and I don't believe for a moment that it would have saved her life. But the point is that she believed individuals like this particular doctor, as well as publications, mainstream publications. We have a magazine that all people of a particular demographic, in this case, older women, read religiously. It's something that it's just common. And that information prevented her from making the switch. Now, I'm not suggesting in any way that the switch could have saved her life, but the point is that it could save somebody's life. And it's based on this kind of information. This has real impact on a person's life when a doctor that has this level of standing makes such perverse statements around a product that is significantly less harmful. They're using the adages of weed eater, weed eaters in the vapes. It's just.
But
it's macabre.
It is macabre, but I mean, for example, Mark, okay, he transitioned a whole bunch of people in his family from smoking to vaping, right? A lot of them went back to it because all the stuff they saw in the news, like your mother, like we have the Women's Weekly and stuff, right? Those rag papers that the older people seem to watch, or read, or on TV, the stations that they watch. The manipulation of that information has H, nice face. The manipulation of that information, okay? They don't care. They don't care. And it's sad. I mean,
And that's what's triggered me. That's what's triggered me.
And that's totally understandable. I mean, it is triggering. It is very triggering. H is being very quiet. I don't know if he's drinking his coffee, answering his messages. I don't know what. Yeah, answering your messages. Yeah, okay. But did you, Kurt? You were watching when I was talking to Jessica, right? And when you were watching when I was talking to the Mexican the boys from Latin America were on, Jeff and Tomas and Roberto. One thing I think you need to take home with you is that it's not you. It's totally not you. We all understand that. And number two, I think the thing that we have to take home is like what I was saying with Jessica. And, she was like, when I said it to her, is that it has to start locally, right? We build those networks up locally and then we work together interconnected like this to get the information out. I mean, when Jan and I first were doing AVCA, okay, and we went to go see the Minister of Health at the time, he was one of those people that thought nicotine was a carcinogenic. And we were just like, what? And how did we handle that? We gave him a whole bunch of paperwork, like H's favorite thing. Gave him a whole bunch of paperwork and the science and saying, hey, listen, you need to see this. Because one of the things that he did say, and I will give him credit for this, is that, as a GP, he was still a GP and the Minister of Health at that time, I believe, they don't have time to deal with, doing they do their basic CMEs to maintain their licenses and that's it. And because nicotine is not, smoking cessation is part of the curriculum and smoking cessation is part of their CMEs and vaping is not included in any of that, that's where it's focused on. And yeah, so they think nicotine, they think smoking, okay, it's bad. They don't know how to make that delineation. You would think that a normal, highly educated human being would be able to make that delineation, but they don't.
I get that. I get that there is the ignorance there in some of it. But when you have a pulmonologist that's talking on the subject, obviously has done some kind of research or some kind of look into it. That's the issue.
All he's done is read things from like the Journal of the American Medical Association and all of those highbrow, medical journals that basically demonize it. That's what he's read.
When you start mixing those facts together to come up with something altogether differently that's not stated in those publications or in those position statements, now we're dealing with a complete different animal here. Now we're just making up stuff. We all understand there's a topic of EVALI and there's a topic of popcorn lung and there's a topic of nicotine addiction. But when you start making or creating your own concoction of information to generate a response or generate a statement, and you of that standing, it's a very different beast to being just simply ignorant.
Agreed, but look what the WHO is doing.
Yeah. And what triggers me is that I'm the kind of person that will tackle the individual head on. And a lot of people saying, well, he's not going to listen to you because you just certainly don't have the letters behind your name. You don't have the qualification. So it's going to be flogged off. And when you don't have people on the same level as them kicking back and saying, but sorry, terribly sorry, doctor, you've got this wrong. This is the, if you don't have that, then you have nothing if no one stands up and speaks out about it. And that's what concerns me.
And that goes back to what we were talking about previously about how we need to have experts in each region or each country because they'll listen to their own people. Very few countries, I mean, there's some in Asia that they prefer to have an overseas expert, but the majority of them want their own local people. And the only way to educate those local people is to reach out and build those connections, just like what Jessica's doing.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
very hard to counter because, you know, the ultimate expert, which is the WHO FCTC, look at what they're putting out.
But now you take, for example, in South Africa, Derek Yak, a prominent South African in the space. Dylan Human, prominent medical specialist in this. Dr. Corsi Klapa, I mean, he was the head of the South African Medical Association, prominent. But because they have now tied them to being tobacco shrills, they're immediately silenced and not welcome. So, yeah, exactly. But Colin doesn't have any affiliation whatsoever.
No, it doesn't matter. If somebody puts out the accusation, it sticks.
Yeah.
Because they want it to stick. You know, there's one thing about throwing mud and it's mud. And then there's another thing about throwing out mud and having a little bit of crazy glue in there. You know, focus on crazy, emphasis on crazy, right?
Yeah, it just,
you know,
sorry, it just triggers me. It amps me. You know, I feel like making an appointment with him and then asking him to do an analysis of me and then understand why and then have that long debate and still pay him to have that debate.
It'd be worth it. It'd be like an investment. I mean, Asa did it. He and the guys at ACST went and got X-rays on their lungs.
Yep.
And Asa, I think you had a spot on your lung or something, and you started vaping, and the spots went away, right?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean,
we had some, Kurt, you know, like one of the things that would really help is what happened to us was we had some of our fellow vapers, you know, they still have the X-ray of the lung X-ray. That back in the time they were still smoking, and some of them have spots, right? And recently they just went and did and you know, you have like comparisons that after switching to vaping, the spot disappeared, same as mine. But you know, mine was the hospital didn't keep my record that far back, but I've got the words from the director of the hospital himself saying that my lung was much better and healthier.
I mean, I want to ask
And
Gage,
we did like about 20, 30, we have like 20 or 30 vapors.
I want to ask Gage something because he was involved in this far longer than I have. All right, H. When we first started doing advocacy, right? How was the way? Was it to give it? Was it? It was that whole handing in stacks of medical information to people, right? That's how you guys went about trying to educate them.
Largely it was, yeah. I mean, of course, back in those days, we, you know, you had to take hansom cabs and, you know, walk on the cobbled streets.
Stop it.
Yeah.
That's not what I
Yeah,
meant.
thank you. Yes.
That's not what I meant.
Yeah, no, obviously advocacy has changed. Everything changes. The way that we do everything in life has changed. But yes, there was a great deal of knocking on doors, a great deal of going to health departments, a great deal of going to basically anyone that would see us. So we saw a lot of political parties in a lot of countries to start off with, and a lot of it was introducing regulators and legislators to researchers and experts, whether they were legislative experts, whether they were scientists. Dr. Pelosa, Professor Pelosa, Dr. Krasolinos, Clive Bates. These are all people who have toured, if you will, various Asian capitals to meet regulators and legislators. And, you know, I think we have to recognize that in Asia, there is an advantage operating in Asia that doesn't exist in some other areas. Specifically, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And it's not impossible to get in and see the people that actually make the laws. And perhaps not for too long, but you can get referrals to their, their staff and what have you. And to your point of the piles of documents, yes, that's a strategy that I recommend anybody employs, because at any point that you're sitting with a health committee or a Senate committee or a congressional committee or whatever, they're going to go, oh yeah, but there's no evidence. So that's the point when you bring out, in my case, 4,000 pieces of printed paper and thump them down with a satisfying thud on the counter. And say, here's 4,000 bits of paper that contain however many hundred bits of research which cover all the issues that you've discussed. And here's a flash drive with another 12,000 pages on it, which has another 400 or 2,000 or whatever additional bits of work. Now, I'm talking about 2015, 2016. We have a much greater body of evidence behind us now, but it's not that they're going to read it. It just shuts them up when they say there's no evidence. Yes, there is. And at the end of the day, if you put it on the top of it, here is a list of what I've given you with the titles, right? Then they can at least read the titles, but they won't read them. They won't. But you've done their job for them by having handed them the evidence. They can't say they haven't done it. The other thing that we would make sure that we did was to inform the media, anybody that would listen, that we had done it, what we had turned over, what the contents are. This is what it is. This is why it's important, and this is why we did it, and this is why we go to these people. So they can't deny that they've had it. And it's written, in my opinion, very important. Whatever you do, if you write a letter to your MP, why not just drop a letter to your local newspaper or local online group, in your village or your town or whatever. I mean, whether it's WhatsApp or Viber or Line or whatever, there's a group. Hey, I wrote a letter to the MP. This is what I wrote. He can't say he didn't have it. This is what grassroots is about. That's how we did it then. And the way it's changed now is that a lot of it's, of course, moved online. Look at us now. Whereas before we would be sitting around a pub somewhere, thrashing it out. Now we're sitting here, which is fine because, but bear in mind that everybody has the same access, and some have far greater assets than we do to invest in their communications. I'm, of course, talking specifically about our anti-THR friends. Hi.
The cabal. The cabal. Hi.
The cabal. In terms of how it was done then, I believe it was effective insofar as THR in a number of countries is concerned, because we noticed through the activities that we were doing that in many cases, there were delays. In some cases, there were actual turnarounds, and I'm talking about at a country level. And it was able to set the stage for more. I don't want to say aggressive, but for more people to get involved in the space, and more names to come forward, and more stories to be told, and more vapors to emerge and say, hey, there's something to be something happening here. There is one other difference that I think it's important to note, that back in the old days, back in the days when we were out there pounding the streets, right? And Asa will know what I'm talking about here. There was a lot more engagement between vaporers and advocates, and I'm drawing that distinction between people who just vape because that they vape, they got it, and that's it. It's a personal choice. They've done it, and they've got their sources and whatever. There's no need in many cases for you to get involved in it. But back in 2014, 15, 16, 17, maybe into 2018, but by then it was dropping off. There were a lot of vapors, actual just normal general people engaged with the in those days relatively nascent consumer groups. I think speak for Asa, I think he had like 500,000 people at one stage before Facebook shut him down or YouTube turned it off.
Almost 480,000.
Right. The Philippines was a similar story. And that's Malaysia, I mean, they got together a petition of 50,000 signatures, which is unheard of. That no one's ever turned over a petition in Malaysia of 50,000 signatures. That was purely consumer group, consumer driven. But I don't think you can do that now. I don't think the interest from the consumers there. They've got what they've got. The reality set in, and there's this slow crushing prohibitionist downward spiral. But you know who to call. Assad knows who to call. I know who to call. We all know who to call. So I'm all right, Jack. So do I really need to bother with sort of like writing a letter and all? And the answer is yes, because sooner or later you're going to call that person. He's going to be in prison, or he's going to shop you up to stay out of prison. It's just.
I mean, and that, yeah. Martin and I were talking about that last night, right? About how, we've got this extra time and we should utilize this extra time and just keep doing what we're doing. And we've also had discussions about, the same thing in New Zealand. We got 15 or 16,000 signatures on the petition for the flavors, right? I couldn't do that today because, again, like H is saying, they become complacent. They've got what they've got, and they know if they need something, they know who they can call. And I mean, that's not the reason I get involved in this. I got involved in this, and I maintain my involvement in this because it's not about me. It's about the other people that they should have the option that I had.
So if I could just make an add-on point there to put if you will, a positive spin on that reality. The fact that they're not engaged and not sort of all chiming in on the websites and whatever. I mean, we can explain it, and I wouldn't want to use the word complacency, frankly. It's just there's no urgency. There's no real whatever. People have found their niche and whatever. My concern, as you've expressed, is for the people who have not discovered vaping and haven't got sources and avenues to find what they need and never will if the WHO, FCTC, and their minions and sponsors have their way. This is a tragedy, and it needs to be addressed. Consequently, the fact that we can't muster the 50,000 signatures that we once used to be able to get to, or the 16,000 signatures, it doesn't mean that we're not still carrying the torch for over 1 billion smokers and nicotine users on the planet. We are, in the same way that a politician is supposed to carry the torch for his or her constituents. They're not there watching everything he does. They're just relying on him to do that. And I think that's a very common human trait, that you would just, those guys have got that under control. Leave it to them. So I don't have to do anything. It's nothing for me to do here. Maybe I'll let them, maybe I won't. But that in and of itself is a challenge. But again, I would urge anybody that's an advocate or thinking about sort of picking up the cudgels. It's true. If you could number us, there are not that many of us on the planet. I mean, an efficient hit squad could take us all out in 48 hours if they had, sort of like, I'm just saying, yeah. That's like, there's not that many of, but we represent over 1 billion people. Our constituents number 1 billion people, and within each country in this region, you could say there's probably half a dozen or a dozen people in each country that are looking out for the interests of 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 10 million, 50 million people who vape or use nicotine, because who else is going to do it?
Yeah.
So we do it. So right people.
I've got one thing to add to Ed's idea, like what Ed had mentioned earlier, is the way we do our when we send letters to representative or send to the government or the prime ministers, we do it as registered mail. So there has to be recipient. There have to be someone who receive it and sign it and send back to us. And plus also, I'm not sure if this is a requirement for any countries or other it occurred maybe in your country, but here, if the government or NGO or any kind of government agency receive any letters or like documents, they have to reply. There has to be a letter acknowledging, saying like, okay, we receive your petitions or we receive your letters. Keep that. I have lots and tons. We file them, we keep them, and then also we let the public know. We, of course, like we don't have the major medias in our hand. Sometimes the major media got a whiff of what we are doing, and then they post it in their online face or whatnot, and then 2 days or the next day it disappear. But it doesn't matter. The work is done. People had seen it, and maybe like a smaller, minor media just pick that up and keep on going. So yeah, that's one of the way also.
Yeah, so I don't know if they have that in South Africa. I mean, they have it in New Zealand as well, that, you submit something to them, they have to reply within 20 business days. And if they don't, they can get into deep doo-doo.
Yeah.
What's it like in South Africa?
Well, yes, we do. And I have submitted to our National Department of Health, and I have yet to hear from them, and that is now a year. And I am not the only person. There have been a number of groups outside of tobacco harm reduction or tobacco control relating on other issues to do with health that have in the same boat. They do not respond. Absolutely not respond. And it's been communicated in media to say that they don't even have an official in their department that you can communicate with. So yes, we do have that process. I have exercised my right on that process, but there's no response. And it's not just.
Do you have official Information Act requests?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, look, I think Martin was pretty much on message yesterday when he kept repeating his mantra that just keep telling the story, just keep doing, just keep saying, just keep. I know how depressing it is. 99 out of 100 efforts go nowhere, but that one effort that does get through, so it does. I remember talking to, I'm not going to mention a name, but I remember talking to an advocate in Europe, and we were talking about the concept of KPIs in advocacy. And of course, it's how do you put a KPI in advocacy? But actually, there are KPIs, and she came up with this comment. She said, "Look, we spent 3 years working to change 3 words in one sentence in a document at the EU Parliament. 3 years to change 3 words in one sentence in a document for the EU Parliament on alternative nicotine products. 3 words, 3 years. But that was a success. And at the end of it, 3 years, imagine, to change 3 words. But they did it, right? They did it by just keeping doing it. It's when you stop that you won't get any results, or the results that you get will not be the results that you want because you're not doing anything. I would urge anybody that's sending letters out that isn't getting replies to tell, just broadcast it anywhere, put it on your Facebook page, send it out to your mates. So, like I say, send it out to your local community posts, whatever you have. Like in my village, we've got a line group. So put it there. You never know who's going to read it and who's going to pass it on, but put it out there. It becomes, not necessarily viral, but it's out there and you're on record. And that's the main thing. You are on record that I sent this and I told everybody and I got no response. And this is all the times I've done it. And each time I've informed anybody I could that this is it. So ultimately, it becomes a matter of trust. It becomes a matter of, can you trust this institution that doesn't respond to anything that's sent to them? Here's what I sent to them. It wasn't a rant. It wasn't a rave. It's not unreasonable. Read it. Right here. The whole world can read it. It's not private, but they don't want to read it. And this carries and resonates with a far wider group of people than just people who are upset about their not being able to get the juice that they want. This resonates with people who are concerned about government's interactions with society. And if the government can be shown to be, or a branch of the government could be shown to be unresponsive, particularly to people that actually have something smart to say, then can you trust them? And they have to address that. Ultimately, they have to address that because, oh my God, there's a whole groundswell of people saying bad things about us and they're not wrong, so we better do something about it. Most likely in the tobacco control sphere, it will be attack, 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 attack. But again, that just puts them on the back foot and you just say, look, they're attacking. I'm trying to present evidence, credible, factual, evidence-based stuff, and they don't even want to look at it. They just want to attack. What does this tell you about them? Are these the people you want in charge of your health? And it's been my mantra, as Nancy knows, for years. Marginalize these people. Just expose them. Look at them. They're receiving funding. They're what they're saying is not backed up by evidence. It's an opinion. It's being presented as fact. It's not. It's obviously there's a lot of people that don't agree with it. Consequently, can't be regarded as fact. Therefore, the fact that they're trying to tell you that it's a fact means that they are in fact lying to you, and therefore you can't trust them. So take their opinion as their opinion, but understand it's not based by facts. Right, moving on, can we now talk to the tax department? Can we now talk to the Department of Trade and Industry and Commerce? Can we now talk to the Department of Tourism? Can we now talk to the Department of Labor? Can we now talk to the, all the other departments that have skin in this game? And most particularly, can we please talk to the people that are using these products and find out how we can best serve them because we are paid by them?
I mean, ASA has gone around the Ministry of Health. I mean, you went to what, tourism and business and commerce and...
Yeah, almost all ministries already. At least more than half of the ministries we've been through. We've met like loads of ministers. Yeah, because it's all connected. Like a foreigner, a tourist got arrested. So that's Department of Justice, Tourism, Foreign Affairs, and you just keep on counting. Yeah.
Sometimes it's not a straight line. Sometimes you got to take the circuitous route.
Actually, we even went to a Minister of Agriculture and Forestry because it's got to do with tobacco farming. Yeah.
Make friends with the executive assistant. That's the person that has his
ear. That's the first one. I could share. No, I'm not going to share that story about an executive assistant.
Let's not. Thank you.
It was just so out of yes, minister. It was unbelievable. It was so funny.
I'm sure it was.
Oh, I know. Those rules don't apply to us. It's okay. Yes, you may smoke in the Department of Health. Here, use my office. I'll have one too. I won't mention the country, but it's.
I know it's crazy. I know it is. I mean, Kurt, has any of this helped?
I've sat in MPs' offices where in government buildings where smoking is absolutely not allowed, and they're sitting there smoking. Oh no, it doesn't apply to us. It doesn't apply to us.
I can think of another country where people vape in the government, but the regular people can't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention any names. So the hypocrisy is everywhere, Kurt. I mean, I hope this helped you. Did it?
It does. It does. And, it's not something that's new to me. I mean, I've been doing this now for over 6 years. And it's the same issue. And it boils down to what we mentioned yesterday, Nancy. It's about accountability. And when they don't feel that accountability, then the only thing you really have to wait for is the change of guard, or some massive scandal comes across the board or across the table of an influential newspaper that is looking to generate those clicks. So it's always about accountability. But, as I said, I shared that link on the chat here, is that when it comes to our Department of Health, they don't respond to any of these access to information requests from anybody on any related thing. So again, it's about accountability. Who holds them accountable? Because it's certainly the only way we can hold them accountable is by voting them out.
When is your next election?
Can I ask a question, Kurt? Kurt, in South Africa, in the Department of Health, is there a tobacco control unit?
We've got director generals that are focused on certain areas. We do have a director general that is on health promotion, if for lack of a better word. I don't know. We usually have these titles that are yay big. And that individual is, and she is unresponsive at the best of times. And right. I've actually got a clip of her during the COVID pandemic where she had made publicly a statement that she believed that the oxygen that is used on smokers is a waste and it could be better used on COVID patients.
Yeah. So my if I could pursue my line of questioning so I can understand it a little better. Most Department of Health that I'm aware of have embedded within them a tobacco control unit, which is invariably just a mouthpiece for FCTC and is pretty much always run by a woman. And these are bureaucrats, not elected politicians.
So yes, we have the South African Medical Research Council, and they have a tobacco and alcohol unit, specialized unit, and the head of that unit is a Dr. Catherine Egber, who comes from the School of Glantz and John Hopkins.
Right. So she is a bureaucrat, and she has presumably a team working for her to implement the policies and what have you. So okay, it sounds pretty much like every other Department of Health I've ever encountered in the region. So next question, how do they get their funding?
So if we look,
let me qualify that question. For example, in Thailand, where there is a tobacco control unit within the Department of Health, they are funded largely by a percentage of tobacco excise revenue, and it amounts to a lot.
So if we look at the first global adult tobacco survey that was conducted in South Africa by the South African Medical Research Council, the funding for that particular project came from the CDC Foundation, or via Bloomberg through the CDC Foundation to conduct that study. If we look at a number of other schools that are participating in this discussion, the links are pretty clear. We're looking at Vital Strategies, we're looking at the Union, we're looking at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We're looking at all. So that's what I said to Nancy a couple of times yesterday. It's about pattern recognition. We see the same pattern no matter where you go in the world.
Right. Okay. Can I interrupt? I'm sorry. So what I'm hearing. Okay. First of all, let me again qualify the question. From where I sit, South Africa isn't in such a bad place compared to many countries in our region, Southeast Asia, and in fact many countries around the world. It's in a better place because you can buy the stuff, no matter the cost, or you can actually purchase it, whether it's regulated or not. You can actually purchase it. The challenge is, of course, to get it regulated so what you're purchasing is taxed effectively and efficiently or whatever. That's the challenge. But you're already pretty far ahead of many other countries at the moment. But I recognize that there are significant challenges that you're struggling to overcome. And my point is this. The pattern, that, as you said, that we see is repeated in South Africa is the same one that we exposed in the Philippines, the same one that we exposed in Malaysia, the same one that we exposed in Australia, the same one that since it's the same money that's flowing in and the same people, it's the same issues, which is that foreign money is coming in to influence policy in a sovereign nation. And that is a trigger for probably 90% of the population. And this is the point that I'm trying to make, that if you can absolutely show, look, yeah, they've received money from this and they're producing this, and look, this is the script from there, look, there's the language, it's the same. These guys are infiltrating our government. These guys are using their funds to influence our legislation. I imagine, like most countries, that would be totally against the Constitution of South Africa. It's probably clearly stated in it, as it is in many constitutions that I'm familiar with, but you'd need to check that. But nonetheless, as an emotive issue, it's far more compelling to the majority of people than, you know, we want flavors, we want vapes, we're against disposables, we're for disposables. It's far more good. Here's a bunch of foreign money coming into our country and corrupting our government and corrupting our legislative process. Do we want to put up with that?
And that felt part of my application.
Yeah,
and that felt part of my. So that was part of the questions that I posed to them, as to who funded this, where did the funding come from to do certain activities.
Well, I think what our experience, sorry to interrupt again, our experience was that when you actually expose the funding and say, there it is, from the US Department of Revenue, this is where they spent the money, this is who received it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. From the US government. That's it. Right? There's no denying this. Explain that. That
So
puts
they did
them
the
on the back
Philippines.
foot very, very much. It also negates, or serves to negate, any fake accusations that you're being funded or anyone's being funded by anybody other than, you know, your own salary.
So did you approach through the US route, or did you approach through the local?
No, look, the information from Bloomberg, anyway, the Bloomberg Foundation is required to file every cent that they spend anywhere in the world because of the tax structure in the UK, in the US. Consequently, if you can dig through that information, it's there. We did. And we found it, and we shared it, and that was enough in the Philippines to cause an absolute uproar. And there's no reason why I wouldn't do the same anywhere else if you can do it. It's simply a thing of it. Here you are. Here it is. Now, getting it is another story. We can talk about that off screen. But the information is there. It is accessible with difficulty. But when you have it, it's gold. And
I have a question, Edge. We had already discussed about this, and you know, this may sound funny. I just found out that I think all of us have probably heard of Article 5.3, right? Article 5.3 of FCTC. And how it's being used against us, right? Do you know that there's a hub for, what's the word? A hub for translation of Article 5.3. A hub for translation of Article 5.3.
It's a misinterpretation of Article 5.3.
A what? A what?
A hub, a center or a hub for translation.
Half translation of 5.3.
Okay, yeah.
So actually, you know, like when they come with articles and regulations and whatnot between themselves, it should not have been something that you have to verify or translate, right? It's got to be something straightforward. But now that we say, hey, you are using Article 5.3 against us, which is not the main purpose of the founders of FCTC 20 years ago. And what's so funny was that the head of the hub of this translation 5.3, whatever, her name, like I said, you know, usually it's a female doctor. Her name is Professor Dr. Nantavan Vijit Watakan. and the hub is right here in Bangkok.
Interesting.
Yeah. And she came in. Now this is a public what's the word, knowledge, because you can go into the gov.th and you can find the like under I'll dig through it, but it's a public.
Yeah.
It's public information. Yeah. It's not something behind closed door because the
So let me try to understand. You're saying so any complaints about Article 5.3 go through this office in Thailand.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody in Panama says, "Oh, there's a bunch of tobacco harm reduction guys wandering around Panama." They would call up her. So look, these guys are around Panama, and look, they're here, right? Like that, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So okay, right. So they're the police. So they're 5.3 police.
Yeah.
The enforcement.
Yeah, but here in Thailand, I mean, and she's so like, oh man, I just.
That's interesting, though. They're not surprising, but interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've got like $80 million a year, Asta. Why don't you go and pay her a visit?
Yeah, come on, Asa. We know that you got all the tobacco money, dude.
Yeah,
Why
we
are we
know you got
sitting
all that
here
money,
doing this here? We should be in like an island somewhere with like, Cabana Boys for me.
THR Island. Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
It's Advocate Tower again.
Practicing a THR religion.
Oh yeah, we should pursue that, absolutely.
Yeah. And yet I'm still working in my bedroom, so
I'm working in a spare room in my house in a rental, but I'm a millionaire. When I drop dead, there'll be billions of dollars.
I'm living in a green screen. Yeah.
Yeah, he's living in a penthouse in Hong Kong. Can't you see it?
I'm in a store. I'm in a storeroom.
All right, well there you go. Here we are. Because we got all that money, right? In the backyard.
It's all in those boxes over there. You see that? They're all there.
Yeah.
That's where the dollars are kept.
There you go.
Hiding in plain sight. That's good. That's a good plan.
Our president puts it in the couch. I just use
just use boxes. Yeah.
God.
So listen. Back to FCTC top 10. We're sitting here. Nobody's sitting over there. We've got a story to tell. We have many stories to tell, all of us, and nowhere to tell them to the people that actually should be listening. So they're not going to listen. So back to my yesterday's point, I think it behooves us to just shout louder, and shouting louder in a media context is the headline, and the headline doesn't necessarily mean it's just something for a newspaper. It's how you present, how you sell your message, the first sentence, which is the headline, and then concisely putting it in the first paragraph or the first thing that you say. So that you get people, so you grab people, and tying that in with the other triggers that we discussed, the funding that's undermining sovereign nations' legislative processes, the erosion of human rights, the degradation of people's social standing and stuff like that. These are all triggers above and beyond our core messaging, and this is how we couch them. I really believe that as advocates globally, individually, and as a group, we really have to up our game when it comes to the media access. I hear a lot of people say, "Oh, but you can't get into. They won't listen." They won't. Yeah, I know how hard it is. I do. I really do know how hard it is. But I also know that there's a couple of things that can make it more likely to bear fruit. By following a couple of simple strategies every time you put something out, you can improve your chances of getting picked up. And I really think we need to be putting some media training in place for consumer advocates, and I'm happy to be a part of that. I don't think this is an appropriate forum to do it, but I'm happy to do that, because I think a lot of advocates just get really freaked out when you say the word media. They're like, oh. And a lot do when you say politician or legislator, because they're so up there, and I'm just nobody. But you're not nobody. You are you. And your story is vitally important to you. And why wouldn't you want to go and make sure that you get your story out in the ears of people who can, do something about making your story more positive for you? Because if your story is more positive for you, that will reflect on everybody around you. I don't want to get too philosophical, but at the end of the day, I think it's really important that people understand we have a significant amount of power as individuals that we never tap into because we don't have the confidence to do it. But as groups, as people that have got allies and colleagues and co-workers, and the whole thing is just it's just so much easier to deal with, because you can always fall back on the group to when you get a bit blown out and get refreshed again. So you're not actually alone. And think about it, there's I don't know how many tens of millions of people vaping on the planet, and I think I'm probably not dissimilar to most vapors who, when you see another vapor walking down the street or in a smoking area or whatever, it's like, all right, mate, yeah, what you got? Yeah. It's just there is that camaraderie in there. So we do have that passion in there because all of us vape with attitude.
Yeah, I think it's a matter. That's great. That shirt's epic. I like that shirt. I think it's a matter of, and that's what I've tried to do all along, and it's what Jessica and I were talking about, was empowering people. Building them up so that you do matter. Your voice does count. And building that network of people up. I mean, I don't think any of us in our region would have been able to do what we did if we weren't all together. I think there is that power in that number, and that you've got somebody has your back.
And reassuring.
And that's why I was asking you about regional stuff yesterday. Who's your regional? Use that. I mean, shit. You're with Jess. Jess is like amazing.
No, we work. And as I said, I worked with ARA. I've worked with CASA, and I just think that there needs to be a real formalization, if you will, professionalism that needs to now move to the next step.
I agree.
It's got to be regional. Yeah. But that regional then needs to go into a global. So you then become almost a competitor to the FCTC. Because everybody does look to the FCTC as like the authority. However, to challenge that, you need to have something on a global perspective that challenge that. So the groups like INCO and World Vapors Alliance and all these global groups need to start thinking about forming a conference of the parties, conference of the cloud, COC.
That sounds wrong. I mean, the thing is, the regions do work together. This is the thing that you're not, that the regions do actually meet up and they do work together and they do support each other. Okay, outside of INCO, outside of World Vapors Alliance, and the reason that. Yes, but INCO was supposed to be that. And of course, we saw what happened with INCO, okay, for whatever reason. But one of the things that is possibly good that came out of that whole entire thing, which there wasn't much, but one of the things that was really good is that it caused the people in those regions to actually start working together better, okay? And in order to have something global work really well, the parts underneath, the foundation underneath needs to be solid. That foundation is your regions.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't want somebody coming in that you don't know, and they're coming in and okay, we're the boss, and we're going to tell everybody what to do, or it doesn't work like that. You got to build your foundation, and your foundation has to be solid, and then you can come together, just like any other marriage, or the way it's supposed to work anyway. So that's why I focus. I do the Asia Pacific stuff, but if you come to me, or if somebody from Europe comes to me, or somebody from Latin America, or anybody, the other guys in Africa, I'll help them. Yeah, absolutely, because I know we're all in this together. But the foundation has to be the regions. I really, really believe that. That's the one thing that came out of that whole horrible situation. And that's what, that's why I keep saying to you, Kurt, the region. Focus on that region. Get that region running. Get everybody working together. Get cohesion. Once you have that,
I'm going to have a conversation with the CASA guys, Joseph and the boys, and let's. I think it is. It's the next progression of this, because Africa is clearly being left behind on a large scale.
Yeah, and the only way you can get it to work is that everybody works together.
Yeah.
I just want to make that point that I made earlier again. It does not require tens of thousands or hundreds or dozens of people to be engaged with this. And in fact, there's actually an advantage having just a handful of people who were not elected, but just doing their stuff.
Highly focused. Highly focused.
Yeah, exactly. And then that's it. Yeah. Look, I think. For me, I think our focus really needs to be on FCTC and COP10, and to really drum home the point, because I don't know who's watching it now, but I know some people will watch it later, and we can always take sound bites out of this. So it'd be nice to get short responses to that we could lift out and use in whatever format later. Sorry, bit of housekeeping there. But I would. I'd just like to again just run by everybody and what are your thoughts on the fact that we should be addressing right now what was being discussed behind closed doors in Panama? Now it's been delayed. Millions more people will die in the interim period with nothing being done to address them in any sense. From this body. So can I just go around and just ask everybody, starting with Nancy, what are your thoughts on the cancellation or the postponement of COP10, and where does that leave tobacco control, tobacco harm reduction, and consumer advocacy?
I think it's a matter of perspective. My perspective is that this postponement actually works in our favor for a couple of reasons. One, it gives us time to better coordinate amongst ourselves, our messaging, so that we're all on the same page and saying the same thing. Two, it gives the UNCHR time to review the letter that came from the organizations, plus the harm reduction submissions that were required or requested from their special rapporteur. I think that it may be in our best interests or benefit to us that a lot of these delegates are probably really pissed off right now that they spent all that time and money and rigmarole to actually get to the FCTC and have it all canceled on them, because it's not easy to book those flights and it's not easy to book hotels, and the visas are a nightmare. Hopefully they all bought travel insurance and they're not too far out, but it was really quite. There was a lot of disregard for the actual delegates in the way that this whole thing was handled, because they knew a month before they actually canceled it that it wasn't going to happen the right way. So I think we need to use those things, and we need to capitalize on those things to get ourselves better, or not better organized per se, but better all together on the same message, and keep hammering it home until they finally do decide to do this. That's what I think.
Crickets?
Okay, yeah, I kind of agree with Nancy, although I'm also kind of curious if the representative from each countries did go or not. This honestly, I don't know who's funding the event. I mean the delegates and whatnot that goes. Is it the each country pay for their own travel expenses. Yes, so it's
Yeah.
out of a taxpayer's money. I don't.
Yes.
I if that's the case, I don't think the delegates will be pissed off as much as you would think, Nancy, because like I'll go, if somebody sent me to somewhere and then they say like, okay, listen, the flight, I mean the event has been canceled. I already have the ticket in my pocket. I already have the hotel booking and whatnot, and then it probably depends on each country also, but if it's a government doing, then they could easily allocate and swap and postpone the ticket, plus like they probably wouldn't mind, mostly if they book the hotel like we would. If we do it like Agoda or Booking.com or whatever, we can do it like 2 or 3 days in advance, cancel and get almost full refund. And I'm quite sure for most countries that have the national airlines, they can just easily reschedule. So it will be like kind of like different time of the year to visit Panama. That's all, like, so that's
Asa,
yeah.
I mean, what you say is correct, but from a different perspective, if you were a delegate to an international conference organized by the United Nations, and then found out that it was cancelled 3 weeks after they knew that they couldn't do it.
I will be pissed. Yeah.
Either $5 million has been wasted on, because that's what we know of, because they asked for another 2 million to continue, and then that was refused. So they said, well, we're not going to do it, or whatever. They knew this a month ago. They didn't tell anybody. The delegates know this. And this is a multinational United Nations organization that's supposed to be addressing the single most deadly pandemic the human race has ever faced. And they can't even organize their own conference. They can't even inform their own delegates. And let's be honest, they've never informed their delegates truthfully anyway, ever.
Yeah,
not on any issue ever, not once. So, but now this actually affects them, right? So I wonder actually if on that level, they might be, some of them questioning, what, they're forcing us into all these avenues of, prohibition and banning, and there's so many people standing up and saying this isn't right, and they can't even organize a conference, and now, all my plans are all screwed up, and now I've got to, and remember, some of these governments that are saying aren't going to be there. People have elections, between now and then.
Yeah.
So now what? So all that planning, and I mean, every single delegation that was scheduled to go there, think of how many hours of planning and work was put in by those delegations and the people supporting them just to get them to the point where they could get on the plane. And now, because of the structure of the FCTC, all of that work has to get thrown away again, because they've got a 60-day window that they had to report their report. So now that's passed. They've now got to do it again. But
we can, yeah, of course. I'm not saying that we cannot use that to our advantage. Like we definitely can, and this is a point that we can point out, like how futile is the FCTC in general, the FCTC COP in general. But I'm just like, what I pointed out was like, you asked if I'm the delegate, so it depends from person to person. But yes, definitely we can use that. Yeah, and it doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't, like it shouldn't be like that.
Comment.
Kurt, what's your take on this?
I don't think anybody really cares. If we look at, I haven't seen any real outcry around anybody outside of our frame of reference. We talk about it quite extensively. We share it on Twitter. We indicate so forth. But outside of that, I don't think anybody really cares. let's face it, these delegates, the bureaucrats, they don't fit the bill themselves. It's just put in a budgetary entry. I have to go to this thing, and now it gets cancelled. Oh, well, okay. I guess I'll move on and take a week off because I've booked everything else out. I don't believe for an instance that anybody that attends these things, well, it's maybe too much of a generalization. I think the majority of them actually just simply don't care. Let's just tick this box and move on. You know, they don't quantify and qualify anything.
Sorry. Let me interrupt you. I'm going to read out 3 comments from 3 different delegates from 3 different countries that have been recorded. Okay, these are the responses. I'll read them out. 1, the last-minute cancellation of COP shows the FCTC Secretariat's continued disregard for parties. We spent months on the registration process, more months to develop positions, and weeks to obtain visas, only to be told on the eve of travel that the event was called off. High-level ministerial delegates should be treated with greater respect. They cannot be expected to make themselves available at the rescheduled COP with such short notice. The FCTC is broken and needs to be more sensitive and responsible to the parties. That's 1. Shall I carry on?
What country?
I'm not. No.
The country. The country counts.
We're not going there. Rescheduling will be a logistical and budgetary nightmare. This is another delegate from another country. COP delegations secured budgets, travel arrangements, and visas. These processes will have to begin again next year. In some cases, require new budget allocations or even new governments and delegates. COP reports will be out of date, and there must be sufficient time, minimum 60 days before new COP, for those to be circulated. Between now and the as yet undetermined date for COP, these processes will have to begin again, and sufficient time to do them must be allowed. Okay, there's practical stuff. Right. Here's the 3rd one, which I think is really good. Right. This is from a delegate to COP. Right, here we go. Panama is a worst practice, however you look at it. It has proven itself unable to arrange and host a global conference on tobacco control. It has taken weeks or even months for delegates to secure visas, and many have still not obtained them. If the Secretariat insists on having the event in Panama, it will have to allow months for schedules, travels, and visas to be arranged. Presumably, security and conference facilities will have to be actually ready to host, as they were clearly not this year. While the FCTC and its MOH present Panama as a tobacco control best practice, it is actually a cautionary trail, referred to in Run Report as the Disneyland of smuggling. Nearly 90% of the market for tobacco products is illicit, unregulated, and untaxed. Smoking prevalence has not moved significantly. It's far from a logical venue for COP or the meeting of parties to the protocol on illicit trade. That's just 3. Okay, so I'm not sure there is 0 concern. I think there is some concern. Yeah.
I mean, I know the delegates from New Zealand care. They're not, callous. They do actually care about this stuff. So.
And that's what I'm saying. The country's important here. That's why I pulled back on my gross generalization. I'm saying the majority. The majority, because that's 3 delegates. Just 3 delegates of how many delegates were scheduled to be there. Is it an official statement from the country, or was it a statement from a delegate?
A statement from a delegate.
Yeah.
From 3 delegates. But that said, I think, look, when somebody complains because they got a problem, there's going to be 5 people that don't, but they still have the same problem, right? I think one of the targets, if you will, that we've all been striving for is to get 1 country, 2 countries, 3 countries to stand up and say, no, there's your consensus gone, right? So no, you can't pass that. I believe that this kind of stupidity by the Secretariat just simply serves to help push a few more people towards thinking, you know what, this doesn't seem right. Because, you know, it's, you know, those 3 years, 3 sentences. Every little thing that we can do is going to help to push the dial, push the needle. And here they push the needle quite significantly themselves. We need to capitalize on that. We need to really start writing letters to delegates and saying, seriously, really, these guys who can't even organize a conference, and you think that they're qualified to, you know, be, no. You already know that there's a huge amount of contention over the so-called evidence that you're being thrown down your throat. You already are aware there's massive implications about the budgets and the funding. Is this really an association that you want to support and endorse? And I think for some delegations, it's going to be possibly not, given how they are. And that's what we have to keep in those.
My point is, at the media, how many media outlets had highlighted this total and utter cluster, as per Judy's words?
Latin America, yes, but I think you've highlighted another point, and again, it's a negative, but has a positive side, which is that because the FCTC just keeps everything under wraps and just issues a press release every 2 years saying we're doing a jolly fine job and we're going to sort it all out. See you next year. Because that's all they do, and because media has no access to what they're doing, no one's talking to the media, right? It's not a hot topic, but it's what I. But again, the positive side of that is we have the capacity to turn it into a hot topic, and funding is one way of doing it.
Funding's the only way.
No, I don't mean that we get funded. I mean exposing the funding that's no. Hey, if anybody's listening and you want to fund us, hello. But
I've got an empty box here.
Yeah, really. Yeah, it's just one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But my point is that you can make it an issue. I'll give you an example. Recently in Manila, there was the Asia Harm Reduction Forum. And it was at the same time and right next door to where the WPRO,
Western Pacific regional meeting
of the WHO, which essentially puts the script together for the regional delegations for the COP. It's just a rubber stamp thing. But they had that behind closed doors with no fanfare, no announcement, nothing, right? So there was a harm reduction forum in the hotel the delegates were staying at about harm reduction. And we had we did some media work, mostly social media work before, and we did some conventional media work before and afterwards. And one of the main messages was that there is a problem here. These guys are doing this. We've got this. They're doing it behind closed doors, and they're not telling you. And we're here telling you. And we're still getting coverage to this day from that. Yeah. That was like a month ago, right? Because we made it an issue, because we gave them the headlines that suggested that there was some confrontation, some conflict. That's what they want, which is back to my point about headlines. It's that why not have confrontational headlines? Why not? What have you got to lose, right? Because that's what they do. Play their game and play it better.
Yeah.
I just sometimes wonder what happens if the climate control conferences or COP 26, what is it? COP.
Yeah, they're wide open to everybody.
What happened? What do you think the outcry would be if they had the similar failure? What do you think the outcry would be?
I think it's all the people who say they are failing, but
I'm saying is if they had a conference, if their conference of parties was literally cancelled or postponed at the 11th hour.
Wasn't it a couple of years ago due to COVID? I think it was.
Yeah, it was. But that's different. If it gets canceled the way this got canceled, what would be the reaction? And I think
what would be the reaction?
Yeah, but I think it wouldn't get cancelled the way this was for two reasons. One, they don't hold it in stupid countries. Sorry, Panama, with no disrespect, but I mean, practically speaking, it's hardly the best country to have an international conference. Two, it's wide open to the media, the public, and everybody. It's a bloody fanfare, isn't it? Everybody's there. Greta's there. Everybody's there.
Three, it's topical.
It's topical.
Yeah, it's topical. Exactly.
It's topical. And there's no stigma attached to it other than if you are not discussing it, then you have an issue. In my view, and that's what getting back to my point, is that the PR around tobacco, nicotine, addiction, all that stigma has worked so beautifully in their favor for them to work under the radar, because everybody says, well, it's a done deal. It's closed. We understand that. It's perfectly all right for them to do what they're doing because everybody is, or the majority are in agreement that it's done, and therefore that a whole accountability is now taken out of the equation. Because if this similar scenario happened in a climate control setting, the outrage would be astronomical.
Yeah,
astronomical.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm going back to my original statement, is how many do really care? And I agree. That's why I said, what's important in the statement you made, H, was which countries. And I can guarantee you, if I'm just going to make it, I don't know which countries they were, but they're typically the countries that are very focused on pragmatic approaches to tobacco. So I'm guessing we probably see a New Zealand in there, we probably see a UK inside there, and I can't think of another one. Those bureaucrats come from those countries. But you won't see a bureaucrat coming from, I don't know, South Africa. You won't see a bureaucrat coming from India making that statement. You won't see a bureaucrat from Mexico making that statement.
I take your point, but my point is that we don't need all the delegations to be jumping up and down. We just need one delegation to go, you know what, that's enough. No, that's it. Then they're not going to turn vape. They're not going to turn prohibition into the way forward because they won't get consensus. We just need one country, and it looks like we've got a couple that are now further towards not having much confidence in FCTC, certain aspects of FCTC, and it's bit by bit. Put those seeds of doubt in there. Eventually, they will flower into seeds that cannot flower by day must flower in the night.
I think that part of it has to be that we amplify the cluster that it is, and that's something we have to do. And I think also getting in touch if you can with your delegates and saying, hey guys, listen. Now I'm in a weird situation right now because I have no government, but it's a coalition government, and one of the guys in the coalition actually said we need to screw the WHO. Because he sees the WHO as trying to control everything and beyond tobacco. I mean, on everything, right? He actually sees
total control, absolutely. And again, to your point yesterday, or was it the day before, Kurt? Which is something I always because I got to say, listening to you talk, there's not a lot you say that I haven't already said, but probably not nearly as coherently. But. One of the things that you said yesterday was the, and I've forgotten what it was now.
Wasn't that important?
No, it was very important. I'll think about it. Talk amongst yourselves. Sorry.
Brain fart. As I sit here eating. Sorry.
Yeah.
Kurt articulates things. Kurt, you articulate things very well.
You do.
Better than the rest of us. We just kind of bumble along. And then you got the epic accent too, which helps. But H, can you even think of what
my wife doesn't get my accent.
Well, of course she doesn't hear your accent because she probably has the same one.
I think for me the FCTC is a royal cluster, And I think they get away with a lot because of the lack of attention to it. I just do, because in my view, a lot of the world, in fact, the majority of the world, just consider it as a done deal. It's the discussion is done. You know, tobacco bad, smoking bad. Let's move on. You know, and I think a lot of the groups, particularly what we see in South Africa, is that they're using this tobacco influence to try and keep it squashed, to keep it down. That it's always about, you know, the control, but also to ensure that they control the narrative. And I think FCTC has used that to their advantage of not getting too much scrutiny because of the stigma attached to the topic.
I remember what I was going to say because you just reminded me about it. It's the Orwellian 1984 control, which is just everywhere. And what you said was to that point that it doesn't stop here. It's what I always called the thin end of the wedge, right?
It's the
we let
perfect
this one go, they're going to come after everything.
It's a boiling of the frog scenario. Use this scenario to see how far we can go. Then move it on to the next. Next is sugar. Next is alcohol. Next is okay. And before you know it, sorry, you have no choice. Here's a jab in your arm, and by the way, you're not allowed to move because you didn't get any credits for your social score.
Yeah, go in the blue door. Yeah.
And FCT is the testing ground or the proving ground for how far they can push it.
Which is why we have to continue shining the light as brightly as possible as we can to make it an issue, which means we have to find the triggers. And we've identified some of them. But there are more. You know, because the only way that we are going to get this more resonant is by sparking outrage, and there's every reason to spark outrage. There's so much cause to be outraged by the way that this whole tobacco harm reduction sphere has just been manipulated, crushed, shit on. Sorry, but just you know, there's just so much, and it's a rights issue, and there is a tipping point where the average human being is going, wait a minute, that's not right. Oh, they could do that to me. They could take away put in whatever it is that they like. Yeah.
They're already talking about it, H. They're already talking about it. They're already talking about, you know, the obesity epidemic and sugar. I mean, they're already doing it.
But I can tell you this. They can talk. I've seen so many things that have been talked about in my storied life that didn't come to anything because people stood up and said, no.
Yeah.
Just no. We're not going to go for it. You pass that law, you got a problem. Yeah. Okay. You pass that law. Look, you've got a problem, right? And you know, laws don't get repealed much, but around where we live, they just don't get enforced.
Well, yeah. I mean, and this is something that Kurt and I talked about, and we're going to end on this once we finish this little round of discussion. Is this the pandemic treaty? Now, you and I have talked about it, H. Kurt and I have talked about it. Okay, this pandemic treaty. This is the real. They're going to be pushing this one. I want to see what happens with this, because this is, you know, is there going to be another pandemic? Absolutely, there's going to be another pandemic. Is everybody going to sign up to this?
We've got a pandemic going on right now, by the way. They're not handling that one particularly well, but anyway, sorry, carry on.
Okay, but everything that, you know, around this pandemic treaty and around this health information thing, you know, they are, like Kurt said, they're pushing the envelope to see how far they're going to go. And that's the thing that that's how we get John Q. Public to understand what we're up against, because you know what? It isn't just us. What about this?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time, I'm going to say this publicly. There was a time I got my COVID vaccines and I got my booster. Okay. They call me up and keep asking me if I want to have another booster. And I'm like, no. How many boosters of the same vaccine am I going to get? You know, that'd be like taking a polio sugar cube every year. I'm not going to do that. I never mind the fact that I got it and I didn't even know I had it at that time, which was insane. you know, it's that the control thing. That's the thing that's going to be the tipping point, and that's the thing that we have to use to get, you know, John Q. Public to say, hey, wait a minute, hold on a minute.
And I have to say that I'm not, people that know me know I'm not particularly optimistic in general. I have a fairly
pretty dark age.
Yeah, but that said, I do have faith in humanity. You know, the way I see existence and what have you, it's energy, and you know, there is a growing swell of people who are discontent with many aspects of their governments and their government's policies and the way they behave themselves and the way that things are run or not run. So I think that we are getting to the point where governments are going to find themselves in the position where they either just say full on we're Putin, in which case game over, or you know what, if we want to not end up in a situation where there's a Putin running our country, we better start giving something to the people. And what we want isn't a big ask. It actually isn't. I mean, from a scientific point of view, it's a really smart ask because, hey, this is going to help the health of our people. So from a purely pragmatic, humanistic perspective, this is the right thing to do. The fact that it's not being done is another story. But looking forward, I believe that we are approaching a place where some governments are going to go, you know what? Why are we making such a fuss about it? We've got enough people all upset and pissed off about all the other policies and the realities and the inflation and the war and the worry and whatever. Let's give them something that you know, whether it helps them or not. Apparently it does. According to them, it doesn't. But does this hurt us? No, we earn taxes from it. Doesn't hurt us. Doesn't hurt us. If it's just as harmful as cigarette smoking, if it is, which it isn't, it's 95% at least safer. But if it is, and there's no difference, what changes? Actually, what changes? Because they're going to smoke anyway if they don't give it to them, you know.
But that's what Roberto was saying. Roberto was saying there's going to be so many people using it that there's going to be no point in banning it because it's going to be there anyway.
I mean, even if they did ban it, they're going to get it anyway, so you've lost control of it. As we've always said, you ban something, you lose control of it. And I think ultimately any government that's not run by Putin, and even some that are, because yes, I can give you that, because they are happy now. There's a whole bunch of people that now love me because I gave them what they want. So even that is, you know, it's a gift, if you will, within the remit of any legislature to give to the electorate. Oh, here's something that, you know, it's a personal thing. It's actually not as contentious. Clearly, it's contentious to a growing number of the electorate, and we don't want to piss them off. And it's something we can easily just deal with. So there you go. There you go. You got your stuff now. You happy? Fine. Don't bother us anymore. Done. Yeah. But I think that's where we will ultimately, whether it happens in my lifetime or not, that I don't know.
Yeah, but there will always be pressures from the I'm gonna use the word doctors lightly, the so-called doctors, which they will bring in hordes of like Parents and Teachers Association, school, you know, the white school, and you know, all these pulmonary, the lung, especially the youth control, the youth, and you know, always there will always be this group of people. But we have to look at the benefit.
There's nothing new there, but we all know, all of us know, that is not a difficult problem to legislate.
No, it's not.
It's a difficult problem to enforce. But yeah, any government that hasn't already legislated against allowing youth to access any nicotine product is failing in their duties. Just failing in their duties. That is the first thing that you should do. Okay, this is an adult product. Now let's deal with it as an adult product. The problem is that many countries didn't do that, or if they did do it, they realized that the enforcement is a problem. So now let's just carry on with that. But fundamentally, I think the issue is really not about children. and it's not about adult choice, and it's not about harm reduction, and it's not about tobacco control. It's about money and tenure. That's what I think it's actually about, which is why I say exposing the funding demonstrates that very clearly. Look, these people have got this thing to say, which isn't supported by any evidence, and they're paid to say it. Look who's paying them, and look what they say. Oh, look, they're saying exactly the same thing. This is not science. This is not research. This is marketing.
Yeah, it is. It's marketing.
Right?
I agree.
And at that point there, suddenly, one of the few flimsy legs that they have to stand on is gone.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they're trying to sit on a stool with one leg that isn't made of anything, and they'll go away eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
But they won't go away if we don't stop
Yeah.
prodding them. They'll just stay there. It's our job to prod them.
Asa, do you have any final thoughts?
I already said what I wanted to say, so probably not. But just like I always said, like grassroots is the main strength for us. So we got to stick together, just keep on doing what we are doing.
Yeah, agree. Kurt, final words?
Yeah, I mean, I've said a lot, and it might sound that's coming from a negative position, but it's more of a devil's advocate approach to say, well, what if kind of scenario. Is that it's an observation not purely based around our space, but an observation that I'm seeing, and it's probably my frame of reference of where we are currently as a country. In our country, which is probably very unique, is that we even struggle to keep our lights on. 4 to 6 hours a day we don't have electricity, and most days we don't have running water. And in my area, we actually fill in our own potholes to keep the roads working. And in what struggles with getting our grassroots stronger or more activated is that all these other issues will always take precedence because it impacts every aspect of their life. So if we look at the public hearings that are happening this weekend, many of those people are just saying, well, I can't really because my load shedding, which is a schedule that we use towards electricity, I have only X amount of day or time to prepare food or to wash the clothes for next week or to do whatever. So I still think that there is a tipping point here, and I still think this boiling of the frog scenario is going to come to hilt, but it's probably going to be voices from countries that are more established, more in tune to this, are less bogged down by day-to-day conditions. And unfortunately, we need to rely on those, but it doesn't mean that we don't want to participate or be part of it. We really do want to be part of this whole thing. And that's hence why I'm here. And hence why I think it's an important topic, because it is the biggest and longest running pandemic the world has ever seen. And the amount of death toll is staggering, and it hasn't changed for the last 2 decades, but yet it still sits there. It's already been decided. It's already been, well, we are aware of it, and it's your fault for smoking. It's your fault for continuing. Just quit. And you will quit via this route. The same scenario used with exercise. Can you imagine going to a doctor or a physician and say, you need to lose weight, Kurt, and this is the diet you have to follow, and you have to exercise, but you can only use a treadmill.
Yeah.
And then you say to the guy, but I don't have legs. You say, well, sit on the treadmill, use your stumps. It doesn't fit. So I think, again, my biggest concern is that we're always going to face the stigma. And that's why I really do appreciate some of the messaging that comes from sCOPe around trying to destigmatize this entire topic, try to humanize it, bring empathy. That's why I think it's difficult. I'm going to be honest with Skip. It is difficult because in our lexicon, it's been there, it's been imprinted. We all fall part of that scenario. But it is an important element that is missing from this. And we need to highlight, I agree with H, expose the funding, but we also need to understand that we need to bring the human back into it, the empathy back into it. Is that there's according to the FDA, actually not the FDA, according to the World Health Organization, only 4% of people that try to quit without support are successful. And according to the FDA, it takes up to 30 times or 30 attempts to manage to quit. And if we just look at human psychology and the human experience, it's typically that decision's made on the 31st of December and it lasts to the 5th. That's 30 years for the gross majority of the individuals. So I know I'm literally ventilating with thoughts running through my mind, but it's all about, again, exposing the funders, but also highlighting the empathy and the human behind it. So we've got testimonials and we've got funding.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely agree with you 100,000%. Guys, thank you for joining me tonight. Audience, those of you that are still out there, thank you for joining us. Those of you who are going to watch this on the replay, thank you for watching the replay. And we'll be back tomorrow. So thank you, H. Thank you, Asa. Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you, Nancy.
A good day.
Thank you, Nancy. To everybody that's listening, to everybody that's watching, Nancy has been like not sleeping for weeks organizing this. And I got to say, thank you. Thank you, Nancy.
How do you do that, Asa?
Ace is magical, man. Don't mess with Asa. All right. See you, people.